you have a passenger?
Oh, it's still there. I got chilled, my friend. Lloyd, I still got my friend. Let's go. I think it's helpful.
You can stand down and see it from my perspective. It's like walking like a driver. No, walk around the track.
So basically,
I want to be like around the track like that. Okay. Good. I think there. There.
So let's get one roller boat from there over there and one here, so we have to split up and not.
There's two over there.
Yes, exactly.
And then one there, and then two there. It's fine.
Not one here.
Good morning, Hockenheim. Doing a little Jonas impression here. We are ready for endurance. We already see the first cars making their way to the dynamic area. For, of course, a long session today. We'll be doing this the whole morning, and then at some point, hopefully, we'll have a lunch break. And then we also have an afternoon session, and we wrap up with the final 5. So I think we'll definitely be here until 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. And what can we expect from the endurance, Mickey?
Well, today it's D-Day, actually, or I should say E-Day, because it's Endurance Day, but also it's the decision of the competition. By far, it's the most points in a single event for these teams, and the idea is that you drive 18 laps with 2 drivers. So after 9 laps, there will be a driver change. For this driver change, you get 3 minutes to do all the necessary changes to get the driver in. And hopefully, after another 9 laps, you get the black and white checkered flag, and you will finish endurance. Of course, there's also post-scrutineering going on as well. So you need to pass all the, let's say, necessary checks to have a valid run. The unfortunate thing is you only get 1 try. There's no 4 tries or 3 tries, whatever. It's 1 try. If something happens with the car, then that's heartbreaking, but it's a DNF. And also today it's going to stay dry, as far as we know, until later in the afternoon. But there might be some weather coming in, some rain. Well, we probably will not have that, but if it starts raining during the day, there's also the option to have the tire change. The teams will get some time for that. They will be called in. They can change tires and then go out again, normally without any loss of time. But yeah, in the end, that will mess up the whole endurance. So let's hope the rain stays away just long enough.
Yeah, 18 laps sounds pretty simple, not that high of a number. But of course, the main challenge here is the track itself, the conditions. 22 kilometers is the aim to run through in these 18 laps. It really doesn't sound like much, but man, we've already seen it yesterday in autocross. This is punishing to drive.
Yeah, it was just amazing to see how many cars failed. Amazing in a bad way, I would say, because I think we saw like 9 or 10 suspension failures. We saw most of those were rear suspension failures for some reason, but also we saw one of the wheels fly off. I think it was the Lund car. No, that was
no, not Ravensburg. It was an RT.
It was, but Regensburg. Yeah, that was it. So hopefully that doesn't happen too much today, and teams are prepared a little bit better.
Yeah, preparation is everything. The aim for endurance is just reliability, the speed. Yes, the times is what we're looking at. But yeah, like you mentioned, not finishing the endurance is so much worse than making it slightly slower, but across the line still.
And if we already look at some of the cars, I think the first one that we will have on track is the team from Bayreuth. And the order that they will appear here is determined by how quick or slow they did their autocross laps. We'll start with some cars that did not set the time first, and then we'll make our way up to the quickest cars. So we try to group all the cars at similar pace because overtaking is only allowed in the blue zone. So you can see these are marked with the more blue cones. But of course you sometimes lose a few seconds if you're stuck behind a slower car. That's why we want to bundle all the cars of a similar pace together.
Yeah, important to mention the blue zones. The cars should only enter upon request from the officials, so that will be blue flags for the slower car. That gets pulled into the blue zone, and then at the end it will be released with a green flag again, just to avoid any actual wheel-to-wheel racing. That's not what we want to see here today. Of course, we will have maybe some faster cars approaching the back of slower cars, but any overtaking should be handled here by race control.
Yeah, exactly right. It's a time trial, obviously, and it's all about the total time that you set in the endurance. not about how many cars you overtake for position or something like that. It doesn't count, it doesn't work like that. And we will have probably 5, maybe 6 cars out on track. If we take last year's as a reference, we might have 5 or 6 cars simultaneously on track. Obviously, that will give us some action on the track. We have a very nice viewpoint from our position here, so we can see like 80% or 90% of the track. And we will try to give you updates on what we see, obviously, and we are in close contact with the officials as well. So yeah, any information that we have, well, almost all we can share with you. And also, just a reminder, whatever we say is purely unofficial. That's why we are hired to say things that might not be official. We will speculate sometimes, and also we will use the commentary forums, that information that you provided for us to tell something about the cars or the sponsors or fun stuff as well.
Yeah, if you are a team that is now thinking, oh damn, I have not filled that one in, it's not too late yet. We have a pretty nicely updating tool launched this year. So yeah, you can go back into the FSG team welcome from the website in those slides, or in the live stream if you so prefer. You will find the QR code and link that will take you to the correct form that will land information like driver names, any other shout-outs that the team wants to give to special people in their history, and the like. This will be available to us. We of course can't guarantee that we will read absolutely everything, depending on how funny or inappropriate it is, or the amount of time that we have, but yeah, we will try our best with the information we're given. I'll give you a quick queue update. We can see that quite nicely with the setup that the officials have put down here in cones and tents for us this year. Like you mentioned, Bayreuth is first. Right behind that, I see Konstanz, Mannheim, Lübeck, and Sion. No, Sion is further back. I think they were overtaken by car number 150.
Already the first overtake of the competition. Interesting.
Yeah, this queue gets shuffled around. This is sort of the open part of the running order. These are the Order 0 cars. Like Matti mentioned, they did not set a time yesterday, and therefore, as long as they run in this group, they will still not be penalized with the extra 2 minutes of running out of order.
Yeah, and we had the car from Hamburg in the line, but I don't see them anymore. So either they had an issue, or the organizers decided to let them run on another moment. I was very much looking forward to seeing that car, because I think it does have some potential and might be quite a bit quicker than some other cars at this stage. As I say, also Mannheim is being pushed out of the queue. Not sure what went wrong there.
Yeah, I think what went wrong is that both Mannheim and Lübeck are actually in the ordered part of the queue. So they showed up a little bit too early, of course. That is much preferable over showing up too late. But yeah, the Order 0 cars will go first. Give me a quick second to count how many we have.
And I see everyone making themselves ready. I saw also a green flag waved, indicating that people here at the start are also ready. So I would expect the first cars to make their way to the track in maybe the coming 5 minutes.
Yeah, 19 cars indeed in Group 0. We don't see quite that many here inside of the dynamic area yet. Like I mentioned, we have 5 cars now preparing with the pre-inspection. That is a quick check that the scrutineers do. Usually the more safety critical systems, you'll usually see them wiggling the tires, just making sure that the team didn't forget to tighten up anything. Sometimes the IMD gets tested. That's the insulation monitoring device that all of these electric cars have installed for high voltage safety reasons, and some other checks of their choosing. The post-scrutineering, on the other hand, is usually a lot more rigorous than this. There you will find checks for ground clearance, aerodynamic exclusion zones, grease in the tires or brake fluid, things like that. All things that are not allowed to happen. Formula Student being a lot stricter than you would find in a lot of other, more mainstream race series, let's say. And that just poses an extra challenge. This is one of the reasons why the endurance is such a grueling event for these cars.
And all these cars, they get checked before they are allowed to participate in any dynamic event. But they do these post checks because some teams, with or not without malicious intent, do tend to switch off certain safety features or disable certain minimum requirements, and that's why they do some checks post endurance to make sure that no one is, let's say, cheating or driving an illegal car.
Yeah, it can always happen that something broke that could be affecting the ground clearance. We don't want any car scraping, and definitely not scraping, at least as they move to the green line, is Bayreuth, our first car on track for the day.
And off they go with a lot of wheel spin is Bayreuth, and immediately, driver holding back a little bit because of the wheel spin, and on their way on endurance.
Yeah, this might be the reason on display why they are a Order 0 car. It does look like they have some sort of issue between the driver's foot and the tire contact patch with the ground.
Yeah, also when they were braking for the first corner, the car was sliding to one side, so maybe they already lost one motor just at the starting line.
Yeah, brake balance, motor imbalance, all those things will be quite the task for the driver to carry forward for the next 18 laps. This might be painful to watch for the Bayreuth fans. Constanz now crosses the starting line. They look a little bit faster. So I think pretty soon we'll have our first overtaking event coming up already.
And so already we have 2 cars on track. As Mickey was already saying earlier, we'll at some point definitely see 5 or 6 cars at the same time. I think we might even, if things go well and we have some equally paced cars that are driving without much issue, we'll see maybe even 8 cars in total active, but then often there's 2 in the pit and 6 on the track. The officials will observe a little bit how things are going. If there are cars on track that are constantly stopping, then it's not as efficient to have many other cars being affected by it as well.
Now I also see Lübeck. Just a moment. Interestingly enough, Lübeck is the second car in the actual running order, so not Group 0. I guess they managed to convince the officials that since they are here already, they might as well run. Given the fact of Bayreuth, who is now just approaching the end of their first lap, that could be a bold choice by Lübeck to run basically inside of Group 0.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that because Mannheim, who is actually classified just before them, was pushed out of the queue. So I wonder if this is a conscious choice by Lübeck, or maybe the scrutineers didn't quite notice that Lübeck is a bit later in the session.
Well, we don't see cars being earlier in a queue than expected, right? Normally it's the other way around. They are too late or running out of order, but late in the order. So this is quite new, so we don't know. Anyway, we'll just comment on that because Lübeck is on track. So here we go. We have 3 cars on track already, and I'm pretty sure the next ones will follow soon.
The next one would be Ghent then. They are still being checked, so it will take a few more minutes before we see them on track. In the meantime, it seems like all the cars are doing quite similar pace, but indeed Constance driving slightly bit quicker than Bayreuth, so maybe in 1 lap time they might go for the first overtake.
of course, you might have certain expectations based on the team's performance in the autocross yesterday. Sorry. Bayreuth comes to a stop. We will already have the Constance car overtaking them, even though this is happening under yellow flags, not quite the way you would ideally want this to happen. Bayreuth is still charged, so they might still have an opportunity to get it going again. But yeah, this is only a couple laps in. This looks pretty painful for Bayreuth.
Yeah, and when a car is allowed to pass outside of the track by the marshals, this is of course completely legal and does not count as an off-track, just to be clear. As long as they respected the yellow flags, then there's no problem whatsoever.
Yeah, under normal circumstances, if the car slides out of the track limits, that usually is accompanied by a time penalty. Bayreuth got going again. They were discharged briefly. The red light above the driver's head stopped flashing to indicate that the high voltage system was inactivated. But yeah, they are moving again. I think I was allowed to give a little update as well. Who did you say was going to be next? Because I think they disappeared.
I said Ghent, but indeed they magically vanished. So I don't know what kind of Houdini was driving that car.
Well, they pushed behind the tent, so out of the queue. There we go. Madras might then join us next. I also see Sion, Washington, Brussels, and I think what is the white and blue of Hawk, Göttingen.
And I have a little bit of update, or I should say info about Lübeck. This is actually the first time that they are driving with this electric vehicle on FSG. So their goal is really just to have it working, and so far so good. We did see them, of course, a few years ago with spectacular backfiring combustion car, but they made a switch to electric. Their drivers are Valerian Schuller and Konstantin Schuller. So I guess two brothers. Maybe Konstantin should have applied for Constance though, but I think he'll have some fun in this car as well. And they want to do a shout out to Norbert, their mental support cat.
Right then, Sion moving towards the green flag, ready to join us here as the fourth car out on track. If I remember their autocross performance correctly, I think they fit right in terms of pace with the other cars, and that also seems to be visually confirmed, at least by how they navigate the first few corners.
Yeah, talk about corners. Just looking at the track in comparison to the autocross track from yesterday, I do see a couple of changes being made to the track layout by the organization. Just make it a little bit smoother, a little bit less challenging, but in the end it's still a very tight and bendy track, let's say. So yeah, the drivers should take care to keep the car within the cones, because as we all know, every cone hit, down or out, is 2 seconds penalty. And of course, courses are even worse. So, but at the moment, no big drama on the track. We have 4 cars running simultaneously. All is quiet.
Yeah, we have that one stoppage from Bayreuth, but I think whatever was hailing them is, well, in control so far. They are right now in the one part of the track that we can't see particularly well from the race control tower here at the driver change area. But yeah, we're trialing a new camera system, especially for race control, so every now and then.
We have 2 cars there that are meeting each other just before Pendulum. My guess would be that it's Constance that is chasing. What car is that? Is it Lübeck?
Could be Lübeck indeed.
Yeah. Looking at the times, Constance is absolutely flying. They already had a sub 90-second lap time, which is actually pretty quick here, while the others are lapping at 110-second pace.
Yeah, one of the important changes is also, of course, that this track, compared to the autocross setup yesterday, is actually closed. That's not the case with the autocross setup. So yesterday, the start and finish were separated by a good 50 meters or so. Now start and finish is one and the same line. So that's also explains the slight difference in times between autocross and endurance.
Yeah, and they made some corners slightly bit easier, so less sharp compared to autocross. I did a little track walk this morning, and the differences were only very minor. Sometimes they tend to make corners really a lot smoother, but I guess the officials decided that it was good enough. And also, of course, the slalom. They changed from 5-cone slalom to a 3-cone slalom, so that will be quite a bit quicker.
And does it make a difference with the exit and entry points, Matti?
No, I think now it's even more favorable to take a nice entry and sacrifice the exit. There's quite a bit of space now between the exit of the slalom and the next corner, so there's plenty of time to get in.
So that's not really a sacrifice, is it?
No, indeed, yeah.
So looking at the last chicane at the straight just before the start-finish line, that's the one they changed as well, right, Matti? Because yesterday the last straight and chicane was quite a challenge for a lot of teams. A lot of cones were clipped, and that seems a little bit easier now, but just a little bit.
Yeah, Constance is really flying out there, almost 10 seconds quicker than the rest of the competition. They will be looking forward to overtake Bayreuth potentially, but they are also now picking up the pace a lot, and they will be overtaking now from Sion anytime soon. That will probably happen just before the grandstands, would be my guess. Yeah, Bayreuth really closing in. Will it be close enough that Sion will be given the blue flag? Yes, they will. Bayreuth will not lose any time, maybe just 1 second. But very well done by the officials to navigate these two cars past each other.
Yeah, we have 4 overtaking lanes as well, so strategically placed to allow cars to pass each other.
And I think
looks
it's
like
Sion
one of
that
the
is coming to a halt
Yep.
now, just after the hairpin, making way for Constance, who are chasing them.
But looks like they are still stuck, yeah, because we see some of the marshals running towards it, and Matthias is taking a peek at the screen with the camera.
Yes, really nice from the driver. He moved aside from the track, so that's why Constance could go past so smoothly. I'm hearing them. I see the driver chatting with the official. I do have a feeling that, no, the car is being pushed back now. It's the Sion car, so that looks like a DNF.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but I think, yeah, the driver made a good decision to pull out of the way, not to be a hindrance to the rest of the cars. And anytime we see marshals pushing a car, obviously that's heartbreaking, because 9 out of 10 times that means DNF for that team.
Yeah, and quite some exciting track action, I would say. Constance is chasing Bayreuth, ever coming closer, but Bayreuth also has quite some speed, so I think we'll see the overtake happening here on the infield, or maybe even only at the end of the lap.
Yeah, and it's just looking at the Bayreuth car, it's very unpredictable. Sometimes they have a lot of speed and the driver manages to get really going with the car. But other times somehow it slows down, so it almost looks like the car has its own will, when to go and not to go, but it must be very frustrating for the driver.
And I think Constance is, they were close enough, so Bayreuth is given the blue flag. Constance will fly by, and I don't think any of the teams will lose too much time from this overtake.
Yes, and we have another car sneaking up to the starting line, which is the University of Washington from the USA. One of the teams that were very unlucky this week. They got their accumulator pack stuck in customs for a long time. Weren't able to assemble their car basically just until the last moment. So and then they had to go to scrutineering. But at least now they can compete in the event with the most points. So that's already a good achievement from this team.
Yeah, and I hope they can keep the speed as they were doing from the start, because they were going pretty quickly. As I say, I think Constance, the driver from Constance, is on his last lap, and they will be coming in for the pit at the end of this one.
Yes, for the driver change, because now they're halfway. We see the driver already waiting.
Not wearing a helmet though.
Yeah, probably they will swap helmets as well. We see that a lot, Matti, so nothing new there. The rule is also that only the driver and one other team member is allowed per team in the driver change area. Sometimes they need to do adjustment to the brake pedals or adjusting to accommodate a smaller or longer driver. And yeah, so there will be scrutinized by the scrutineer as well. So they will see to it that nothing else is being changed on the car, because other setup changes or something like that are not allowed. So we'll find out in a couple of minutes.
Also by Bayreuth, we should be seeing them coming into the pit, so we'll have 2 cars in the pit at the same time. So we can maybe compare a little bit. I'm not sure if we will see Bayreuth though. Maybe they are standing still there at just before the grandstands, just on the last lap of the first driver. Looks like the car has come to a halt. Not sure what went wrong there. And Constance is in the pit, and this will be the first driver change of the day. I'll keep an eye how smooth that's going. Driver got out in only a few seconds. Indeed, they will swap gloves, arm restraints, and the helmet. The other team member is preparing the seatbelt, so no drama here whatsoever.
Yeah, bad news for Bayreuth. They're being pushed off. As soon as an official lays a hand on your car, that's bad news. That is assistance that you do not want to carry towards the end. So this is it for Bayreuth, unfortunately.
Yeah, but in the meantime, we're also being joined by another team, which is the University of Brussels, just coming out on track. Our Belgian colleagues taking to the track, a bit slow and careful, sighting lap maybe, and but in the end, you have to complete 18 laps, so it doesn't make sense to take a lot of risk.
Yeah, we might have another overtake coming up here. Washington is coming up on the back of Lübeck.
And the driver from Brussels is Matthijs, and then the second stint will have Branko. I do have bad news for Brussels, because apparently Matthijs eats cones for breakfast. So let's hope he already had breakfast today.
Oh no. Yeah, so just looking at the Washington car, it's quite fast. I'm looking at, do they drive with the DRS open all the time?
Yeah, I also noticed that. That's not something that you would usually expect from a car with aero. Looks like they don't care for the rear wing downforce and just elect to try and save energy a little bit.
Yeah, or the DRS is broken. So maybe at some point they opened it and it never quite closed. It does look like the car is still quite stable, so the driver is not struggling with it too much.
Well, technically speaking, the DRS is functioning perfectly. Right, track reduction. So, yeah, but normally Washington is one of the faster cars out there. They were just unlucky to, yeah, not be able to set a. Oh, the driver misses out on the track. Yeah, did a 360 coming back to the track. Yeah, not sure what happened there. It looks like the driver got confused where the track is going.
Either driver got confused, or maybe the braking, car didn't brake in time and got confused that way. Luckily, the driver was quick in his reaction to recover, and I think if you enter where you exited, you shouldn't get a penalty, so he did a good job getting it back to the track. And Washington now being held up by Brussels, who will be hopefully given the blue flag. They do, and they fly past Brussels. And Brussels has to wait now for Lübeck. I think they just went through, even though I'm not sure what happened there. A little bit unclear, but now Lübeck will be stuck behind Brussels. Yeah, a
Did
bit unclear.
Brussels cut the track? Maybe I also really couldn't tell how they got past Lübeck, because they're a bunch slower.
Yeah, we should have paid attention while we were discussing the off-track rules.
I think they caught up to them normally. Brussels was ahead on track before. Yeah, just another example of how things can go past us as Lübeck goes past Brussels. This time the Washington driver found his way into wings just correctly. That corner yesterday in the autocross caught so many teams out, not from a going off-track perspective, well, sort of going off-track, but for different reasons. Suspension breakage just ahead of wings is going to be something to watch for the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's also a very tricky corner there, because it has a sort of a straight coming in. You have to brake really late, but it's also going into the turn, it's going downhill. So off camber, right? So it means that you get caught by understeer. So a lot of teams made a mistake there and clipped a couple of cones. So very tricky corner indeed.
And the driver from Washington is Dingus Bob. The goal of the team was to drive the car in at least one event, so I guess they already achieved their goals for this year. A fun fact, apparently Starbucks machines, they're rotating them last year. Not sure how that works. And they want to do a shout out to Darmstadt for letting them use their workspace, lending their tools, equipment and so on. But also shout out to all other teams at FSG that helped them provide some spare parts. So that's nice to see.
And in the meantime, Lübeck in for the driver change. While we'll still see the car of Constance being lonely in the pit without team members even. So yeah, just looking at the Lübeck driver change, that second driver is already in the car. He was waiting and ready, and Scrutineering doing their job by checking all the suspension components, wing components of the car, making sure it's safe to enter the track again.
Now we only have 2 cars out on track. I can give you a little queue update beyond Hock Göttingen, Matas. We've also had Mumbai, Bochum and Sevilla join us. I'm trying to match that a little bit with what we had in the running order. It looks like since Brussels is out on track, we are already in slot 7, 8 and 9 that will join us soon.
Yeah, not sure if you already mentioned it, but Constance has been stuck in the pit for quite a while, and I just heard the news that they are not allowed to continue. I don't know exactly what the problem was, but unfortunately that's a DNF for them.
Yeah, I'm seeing high voltage gloves and cables being unfurled. It could be that they had some sort of electrical safety related issue that is not allowing them to join us again.
Two cars on track. We have Washington doing quite some decent lap times. Their best lap time was a 91.7, and this is a 90.2, so they are improving. Driver enjoying himself. Brussels just continuously improving. Actually, their last lap was a 113, so hopefully they can keep up this pace for the rest of the endurance.
And Lübeck is done with the driver change, just waiting to be released by the officials. Looking at the scrutineers, yeah, they're trying to get the attention of the official. But it looks like they will rejoin the endurance momentarily.
Yeah, and for the driver change, the teams are given 3 minutes of forfait time, you could say. So in 3 minutes time, they need to be ready. If they're sooner, that's perfect. But if it takes longer for them to switch the drivers and get the car ready, then that time, all the time above 3 minutes, will be added to their race time.
I did a little bit of digging for the reason that Constance is not allowed to join us after the driver change. They had the second driver in the car, they tried to get going, they were ready, and as soon as the driver pressed the accelerator, the IMD light came on. So indeed, insulation monitoring device bringing an end to the second half of the Constance Endurance.
That's unfortunate. Just looking at the track, Brussels is being overtaken by Washington. Yeah, there we have it. Nice and clean pass. Yeah, Washington is just so much faster than most of the cars here, which is understandable, but can also be quite frustrating for the Washington driver. But up until now, it's safe and smooth.
Yeah, and I think quite soon they will catch Lübeck, because Lübeck is also moving relatively slow. I do have a feeling they're going slightly slower maybe than their previous driver, so they might be managing the energy for temperatures. Yeah, they will catch Lübeck quite soon. Will they already give a blue flag to Lübeck now? Oh, and as I say, Lübeck actually comes to a halt just in the infield. So Washington will have to go around. Doesn't lose too much time with it. Nice to see, good job by the marshals.
Yeah, well done by the marshals, because Washington was coming up. But fortunately, they didn't lose too much time being stuck behind Lübeck. Lübeck got going again, although it doesn't seem like the car has a lot of pace in the car. Well, the driver doesn't have a lot of pace in the car, but well, keep an eye on them, because this is quite slow, and Brussels is already coming up and catching Lübeck as well.
That would be really cool for Brussels if they can do an overtake here at FSG. Although just when we said so, Lübeck picked up the pace just a little bit. So exciting racing between Lübeck and Brussels.
Yeah, and there's a big difference between Washington and the rest of the cars. Washington doing a 90-second lap, 90.2, on average 97, and if you compare that to the rest of the teams, they're doing a 128, 130, 130-second average lap. So there's a big difference. That means that every third lap you will overtake them.
I investigated, by the way, why Washington has their DRS open, as we called it. It turns out it's not actuated at all. They elected to start like this, not for aerodynamics reasons at all, but for rules compliance. They had to make sure that their T-cell was still visible. That must have been a mistake during the aerodynamics design part. Much earlier than this competition, and the only way to really fix it was to leave it open, permanently fixed in this position.
Yeah, with a bit of luck, the main element still produces some downforce, but there will be some control. Although I have to say, the car looks pretty neat and nice to drive. When I say so, the driver clips to coast. The instant commentator curse.
The instant commentator's curse, Matthias. We've been warning not to use our superpowers too often, but yeah, great job by the first driver from Washington. They're in for the driver change. Yeah, it will be good to see them out there again for a second stint.
Yeah, the team members really weren't too much concerned with the performance losses here. They were just happy to be driving at FSG, like they already stated in their commentary form. And yeah, like we already talked about in the other days here, it's always nice to see shipped-in cars from overseas make it. You lose access to your car for such an extended period of time, and that has so much impact on the year planning. Kudos to Washington. I hope they can join us again.
Yeah, that goes for all the teams from overseas, right? Making the long journey from US or Taiwan or Great Britain.
India.
It's yeah, it's quite a travel.
Lübeck found some pace again, and they are now distancing more and more away from Brussels. So it looks like Brussels will not get the overtake done on Lübeck.
We have a fresh car joining us on track. Hawk Göttingen has been at the front of the queue here, waiting to join the endurance for quite a while. So yeah, they are ready at the green flag, and as Brussels passes by, I think they will be released with some distance behind Brussels. Additionally, Mumbai is also moving up to join right after Göttingen, I believe. The rest of the queue is now slowly extending. I see Bochum, Sevilla, car number 279 behind that. And, oh man, 6 or 7 cars more that I can't see the numbers of. Those are ominous noises coming from Göttingen. I think they have a brake dragging or something to that effect. They look like they are slowing down as well, just ahead of the infield to outfield transition. Haven't come to a stop just yet. Ah, now they did. But got going again. They managed to navigate the FSG bump for the first time. Good news for Washington. I hear driver change area. It looks like they are ready to join for their second endurance half, just behind Mumbai, who is about to get the green flag behind Lübeck.
And Washington is back from driver change. So second driver in, first driver already walking out of the pits. Officials just waiting for a clear gap to release Washington. Keep in mind, Washington was one of the fastest cars on track, so the officials want to give them a little bit of space without having run into the other cars. We see a couple of yellow flags out on track. I'm not sure which car that is. It's just beyond our view point.
That might be Göttingen. I think they are stuck just at the turn right after the FSG bump. A couple of officials stepped in. Oh no, Göttingen is running.
Yeah, they were just released out on track. And I think Washington is still, well, I don't think, I can see it. They're still waiting to be released, but of course the officials will not release them on track while there's still a yellow flag situation, because that just doesn't make sense. To be clear, this time that Washington is spending in the pits is not counted towards their total time. They were ready with the driver change within the 3 minutes. So after that, this time that they have to wait because of circumstances is not counted into their total time. So they can relax and wait until the track is clear.
Yeah, I still saw the T-cell flashing for Mumbai, so their tractive system is still active, but there are a number of other issues that might prevent them from driving. They're still in discussion with the officials. Eventually, though, the time will run out for them, and they will be asked to abort their run if they can't get going again.
Yeah, talking about flags, Göttingen got past Brussels, and Brussels was given the blue flag. I do see them pass by now. Brussels.
Ooh, we are dragging something on the ground. That's the Lübeck car, just as they returned from the Nordkurve section into the infield again. Let's check if this is our first suspension victim of the day. rear of the car does look low. The driver did want to continue. They had officials attending. They got going again. I think the rear right is not having a good time at all. The front left was just raising up in the air. This is a dangerous situation. I think we should, at the very least, meatball
Yeah,
to pull.
this is I don't understand this driver at all. He's just destroying the car doing this. So maybe the team should interfere. I don't know whether they have radio communication, but yeah, it just doesn't make sense to drive around like this. You will just destroy the car and give your team a lot of work to do. It just doesn't make sense.
Mumbai now parked at the end of Pendulum. I'm not sure if it was mentioned already. But yeah, it was a bit odd to see Lübeck continuing on. The marshals had to run to signal the driver to stop. And hopefully the car can be pushed to a safe place.
Yeah, Lübeck managed to get 14 out of 18 laps in, so they had the majority of this event almost covered. Yeah, this is part of what we already predicted based on what was happening throughout the autocross yesterday as well.
And Mumbai got going again, and now Washington is stuck behind them. Unfortunately, they're right in the middle of the infield, so Washington will have to wait until after Slingshot before. And I see Marshall's running. I cannot quite see, it's just out of our sight, but it must be Göttingen who has come to a halt. Let's hope for them they can get going again.
Yeah, and Washington stuck behind Mumbai all the way until the last overtaking.
And the marshals are actually releasing the Lübeck car.
I think they will let it go back to the pit, but that's a bit of an odd decision.
That's a very odd decision.
We have traffic piling up. Brussels is coming in for their driver change. Mumbai is still holding up Washington. I'm not sure why they are not getting a blue flag, to be honest. Now they're really stopping, really holding up Washington right after the finish line. Lübeck is scraping into the driver change area based on the meatball flag that they received. There is no way that we will see this car back out on track again. Yeah, we've had a bit of a situation. Mumbai was actually coming to a stop, and thankfully Washington got waved past with yellow flags since they were actually stopped. I'm not sure what happened with the blue flags in the two overtaking zones that they actually passed before this situation came around.
Bochum, meanwhile, is ready at the starting line. They will be joining all these cars, but quite some drama on track, so hopefully Bochum can just do some clean laps and show us how it's done.
Brussels is still navigating their driver change. They still have plenty of time. They're swapping over some driver gear. Doesn't look like anybody's stressed. The officials are taking a little bit of a look at the rear wing though. It looks like that is maybe a little bit too wobbly for comfort, but hey, this is something that will definitely get looked at in post-scrutineering.
Good news for Washington. They have clear track now ahead of them and are absolutely flying, so I'm looking forward to seeing in their next lap what kind of pace the second driver can do with this car.
We have a new car waiting at the green flag. Bochum, the rear wingless aero car, waiting to join us here pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the pits, guys. The car of Brussels. We have discussion, well, end of discussion even. Looks like Brussels is not allowed to continue. As far as we can tell, seems to be something wrong with the rear wing attachments. So if that causes an unsafe event or unsafe situation, then of course these scrutineers will not allow Brussels to continue.
Yeah, you can see the frustration of the team members. The first driver is visibly, I wouldn't say angry necessarily, but frustrated. But yeah, the rear wing was definitely a bit wobbly.
Yeah, I see the reason now as well. The left-hand bracket of their swan neck actually must have rattled loose. The pieces and bolts are still collected in the mesh that is formed by the main element. so that's really, really painful. The endurance track here of FSG, claiming another victim.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate, Jonas. You could visibly see the frustration of the driver. But of course, in that state, the car cannot be allowed to re-enter the track. Yeah, a lot of frustration.
Washington just came across the line in an 82.8, so they are absolutely flying out there.
I think that's 8 seconds faster than the first stint. I saw something like 90.2, now an 82-second lap. That's a big difference, and there's space in that car, like we told you.
Yeah, and the team is loving it. It's nice to see them in their purple here lined up on the side of the track. Keep cheering them on. You only have a couple of laps.
Oh no, Mumbai coming to a stop right after the bump. The car shut down. Bochum will be in the drama mix here. Let's see if they can safely get it through. And while all of this is happening, Sevilla made its way to the starting line. Bochum getting navigated around the Mumbai car, and they're on their way again. And Mumbai also seems to be able to continue. So maybe it's when they hit a bump, Mumbai, that the car is coming to a halt. So hopefully the driver will take it a little bit easier on the bumps from now on. Oh, Washington flying, and I'm looking forward to this lap time. Is it an improvement? 81.9, so the driver's still going faster.
Yeah, and he's clearly pushing. You collected one cone just after the start-finish line here. So this might be why this is called the cone killer chicane. And this might also be caused slightly, maybe, by the mild aero imbalance caused by the rear-end configuration that they have to run.
Sevilla on track. That's why, of course, we heard their team members singing again. That's how we know that it's a Spanish team joining. Let's see what their pace is. So far, it looks quite conservative in the first few corners for Sevilla. And while another team that's not so conservative is Bochum, they were sliding their way into the infield here.
Washington is now coming up to the back of Mumbai at rapid pace again. They, I think, have lapped them multiple times now, and again are entering an area of the infield that is a little bit void of overtaking zones. Mumbai almost sliding out right as Washington catches up to the back of them. I really hope the blue flags are ready at the next overtaking zone, just before the finish line.
And at exactly the same point, Mumbai comes to a halt. So it's caused by the bump here just in front of Horseshoe. Yeah, it's becoming a tradition at this point.
That was a bit cheeky from the Washington driver, because they overtook the Mumbai car without having the go-ahead from the marshals, but fully understandable because they were stuck behind them, and it wasn't an unsafe situation at all. So well done by both of the drivers to manage this situation.
Yeah, they lost about 7 seconds this lap, was Washington. I think they might have a clear track in front of them now, so then hopefully we'll... And as I know, there's some cones there from Bochum. They might be catching Bochum by the end of the lap, so hopefully that won't disturb their lap times too much, because I'm really looking forward to what kind of lap times they can achieve.
Yeah, Bochum not being motioned into the overtaking zone just before wings though. So yeah, Washington again having to rely on the overtaking zone just ahead of the finish line to make it past Bochum slightly slower.
Yeah, I think this will be okay. I think Bochum has quite a bit of pace actually, so Washington will not be catching them just before the slingshot. I think even just after the start-finish line might be too soon. Looking at the pace difference, I think the next logical overtake would be on the North Curve. And I think Mumbai coming to a halt again.
Yeah, indeed. They're stuck just as they returned from the North Curve section back into the infield. So, yeah.
Meatball flag for Washington for some reason. So yeah. There's a meatball flag.
Igor says it was the black flag, so not even meatball. That's an interesting one to look for.
The black flag, that must have been for the situation of overtaking the car without consent of the marshals. So normally they will have a little chat with the driver, and telling them what the rules are.
Traffic jams here on track. Meanwhile, sorry to interrupt. Mumbai again coming to a halt, and Sevilla need to navigate their way past them. Mumbai got going again, and Sevilla got past. Mickey, continue about the black flag situation.
Yeah, as we noticed on track, Washington overtook the stricken Mumbai car without any consent of the marshals, and that's also the reason why the scrutineers had a little chat with the driver from Washington to explain the rules once more. Of course, it's allowed to overtake the car only if you are instructed to do so. So I think now the driver gets message. You can consider this as a stop-and-go penalty, which they have served now, and they will be released out on track again. Probably the marshals will wait until the yellow flag situation on track will be resolved.
Indeed, Bochum was stuck behind Mumbai, who have come to a stop again. Some confusion with the yellow flags, which exact direction Bochum was supposed to take around Mumbai. And yeah, it's unfortunate that they are carrying an intermittent issue that seems to be worsened with every bump that Mumbai crosses.
Oh, and another piece of drama unfolding in the pits. As the car from Washington is standing just before being released out on track, it seems that scrutineers have spotted something on the car, on the rear. They're just looking at it, probably some kind of fluid leaking from the car, but not sure whether it's being deemed as vital or not, so they're just looking at it at the moment.
Yeah, this is fluid related. The rear left tire is actually coated in an oily substance. I do see that Washington are rocking an oil-filled drivetrain, so this might be our first leakage-related endurance victim here. Unfortunately, Washington for now is being pushed back from the green flag into the driver change area.
Yeah, that's really a shame, because this was one of the few cars that actually made it through the driver change. We only had Lübeck making it through the driver change, but then with the suspension failure came to a halt. And now also Washington with, I think, only 2 laps or 3 laps left, DNF'd. So far, no finishing cars.
Yeah, while this was spotted right after their black flag, where Christian reminded them about the on-track conduct, this would have been spotted in the post-scrutineering and therefore would have invalidated their run quite likely anyway. So yeah, really unfortunate for Washington, but those be the rules. We don't want any leaking out on the track, just keeping it safe for everybody. Right then, fresh car on track, Pforzheim starting their endurance with us.
And the car from Sevilla actually filled in the commentary form and have a really cool story to tell. Their car is named Miura, which is named after one of Spain's most iconic and legendary bull breeds, the Miura bull. And just like the bull, their car represents power, strength, and an unmistakable character rooted in Andalusia. So it's not only just a name, it's really the vision of their team. I also want to do a shout out to Sergio Esteban, their faculty advisor, and their angels Sabine and Rudy.
Yeah, and of course they're one of the Mediterranean teams that we've been praising here in the last couple of days. You can always tell when they're in the grandstands, because there's singing, chanting, screaming, and just cheering the car on. Pforzheim just ran into an issue leading up to the horseshoe. High voltage is discharged. Sevilla and Bochum are approaching quickly. Yellow flags are ready though. Pforzheim is getting going again. We have another new car waiting to join us at the green flag position. Bath, the 6-7 car. And a little queue update. Behind them we might see Turin, Budapest, Uni Navarra, Oxford Brooks, and car number 205 coming here soon.
Yeah, it would be cool to see both Bath and Oxford Brooks at the same time on track. Might be possible, will be tight, depending on how many cars we'll have at the same time.
Well, we are an hour and a half in this endurance, not even. And we've had drama, we've had excitement, we had overtakes, we had fast lap times. Everything at the same time in less than an hour and a half. So we're off to a very good start to this endurance.
Yeah, Mumbai is now in their 8th lap, and that means that the last lap sign is ready for them. As we have another car falling silent on track. That could be Pforzheim. I think Sevilla just made it past them, or was it Bochum?
Yeah, and we will have a 3-car train quite soon because Bochum is being chased, but also catching up to another car as well out here on the... So this should be an interesting situation with Sevilla and then Bochum. Let's see if they will get... Yeah, Bochum is getting the blue flag, so they will be out of the way. And Pforzheim catching Sevilla also quite rapidly, but now they are being stuck. They are stuck behind Sevilla for a quarter of a lap for sure.
Yeah, the next overtaking opportunity is on the Nordkurve, so Pforzheim having to hold back just a little bit for a couple more meters. Mumbai coming around now through the last couple of corners before the finish line, and the black and white flag is ready for them so that they can come into the driver change. They've of course been carrying some sort of bump-related issue. I'm sure the scrutineers are eager to give the car a cursory glance as the second driver is installed in the car.
Yeah, and I can see on the front of the wing. Of course, on the back of the wing, there's a couple of letters in Hindi or some language that we don't understand. But on the front of the wing, it says Athena, which is, I think it's a Greek god. So I'm not sure, goddess. I'm not sure what it's doing on the Indian wing, but yeah, there you have it.
Drama on track meanwhile, there's a traffic jam just in front of us. Pforzheim stopped 1 meter before the finish line, while Bochum had to come in for their pit. So luckily they managed to resolve the situation quite quickly. Bochum were in the pit, Sevilla got back on their way, and also Pforzheim got going again.
Yeah, this is the difficulty of having cars run so close after each other with relatively similar pace. The finish flag, or well, driver change flag in this case, was ready for Bochum. Maybe Pforzheim stopped for that flag, or there was confusion or a technical issue. We can only speculate at this point. Pforzheim stopping again, so yeah, now I don't believe into an intentional stop anymore. High voltage is still charged, yellow flags for Sevilla, but Pforzheim gets going again so that Sevilla doesn't actually have to leave the track.
And the Sevilla car is very low on the rear end. It also seems to struggle sometimes a little bit in some of the corners with oversteer, but quite a soft suspension maybe at the rear, because it is ever so close with the ground if you look at it from behind.
Quick update from the driver change area. The officials are taking a very close look at the Mumbai front wing and nose assembly. There is a lot of duct tape holding that maybe aerodynamically tight, but the front wing also has quite a bit of play in it. For now, it doesn't look like the officials would be unhappy to release them again, but this will definitely be something to be checked out in post-scrutiny.
Final lap for the first driver of Sevilla. They should be coming in this lap. They are currently in Pendulum. I don't think they will catch up with Pforzheim. Pforzheim car actually looks very quick. Once it goes, it goes. But unfortunately, sometimes they have to come to a stop. And that's what I meant with the Sevilla car. Oversteered in one of the corners here on the infield. I do feel like the rear of Sevilla is really bouncing a lot. Maybe they've opted for a lot softer springs.
Yeah, but then the spring connection between the chassis and the rear wing is also still something to consider. You do see the rear wing of Sevilla shaking left and right a little bit more than you would expect it to if it was mounted properly.
And Sevilla in the final corners for their first driver, and they've been given the black and white flag for their driver change.
Yes, I'm just looking at the pits. Bochum driver change seems to be finished. Thumbs up by the scrutineers, so that looks pretty good for Bochum. And also the guys from Mumbai have finished their driver change. They had to swap everything, shoes, clothes, helmets, but now the second driver is in the car, getting ready. Scrutineers just make sure everything is tight, everything is secure, checking the seat belts for being tight. And now it looks like everything is okay with them as well. And Bochum, in the meantime, waiting for the green flag to re-enter the track.
Yeah, and I saw that the first driver of Bochum was actually a female driver. Unfortunately, they did not fill in the commentary form, so we didn't know this in advance. And Bochum is on their way again with the second driver, so a successful driver change for them.
Yeah, quick update from the driver change area. The Sevilla rear wing indeed looks slightly compromised. One of their swan neck attachments has buckled slightly. So I think this could be attributed to the bumpy nature of the FSG endurance track. The team members and officials are still in discussion whether it is safe to release Sevilla again.
Pforzheim again came to a halt here just in front of us, but got going again. Really, once they go so quick, but unfortunately they have to park it from time to time. I think their best lap time was an 84, so not quite matching the pace from Washington that we saw before, but a really quick car for sure.
Mumbai is trying to get going again. They just had a faint ready-to-drive sound and are now motioned towards the green flag to join for their second half of the endurance.
Yeah, well done by Mumbai, completing the driver change. And they had a couple of issues out on track, but still managed to keep going. Let's hope they can finish the second part of endurance. And I see Jonas just running after the guys from India to have a little chat with them to get a little bit more information.
I had a quick chat with the guys from Mumbai about whether they know what's going on with the bumpy issues that the car is having. They also have no idea what's going on. There ought to be gremlins in the car that they are trying to diagnose while it's still running.
Bochum stuck next to the track, and the driver is getting already out of the car, jumping. So probably an IFD error, because it had all the clues of that. Looking at the driver, the way the driver left the car, now they're just waiting to push the car away.
Yeah, heartbreak. They made it halfway through and just a little bit extra. They were going really well out on track. So yeah, really sorry to see it end so quickly without any warning from Bochum.
Yeah, and those IFD errors, Jonas, well, we can talk about that one for a long time, but those are heartbreaking, right? Because that's an immediate safety issue, right? So
yeah, there's nothing you can do. The cars are built in such a way that that error cannot be unlatched by the driver. It is not allowed to have the car power cycled by the officials anyway. So yeah, that's an immediate end to any endurance.
Pforzheim, meanwhile, catching up with the car from Mumbai. They're a bit unlucky that it didn't catch them a few seconds sooner. But luckily for them, there's also a blue zone here just before the paddock. Blue flag given to Mumbai and the last lap sign given to Pforzheim because they will be coming into the pit quite soon.
And Mumbai stalls in the overtaking lane. The high voltage system actually briefly discharging. Let's see if they can get it going again. They had a slight hesitation here in the driver change as well when they were trying to get it into ready to drive. I hope they can continue. Sevilla made it through the driver change. The officials clearly happy enough with the integrity of the rear wing such that they are confident it will not cause an unsafe situation as it is right now. They are waiting for the green flag. I think we will just wait until Bath is past them and a little bit away.
Unfortunately, Mumbai is stuck again on the North Kurve, part of the track. A lot of gremlins acting up just after the driver change, twice in a quarter of a lap. So let's pray and hope they can continue.
Yeah, Bath coming up on the situation, and I think Pforzheim is going to be there as well. Mumbai gets going again, so yeah, Pforzheim might encounter the slowing Mumbai again with an overtake.
Yeah, that was a bad situation for sure.
We have a car in the driver change. Pforzheim managed to complete the first half of their endurance. Again, being swarmed by team members and officials for the normal checking for intermediate endurance rules compliancy. But yeah, the drivers and team member looking pretty calm about being installed for the second stint.
Yeah, officials looking at the loose part of the wing of Pforzheim. The wing is wobbly a little bit, so they called in the head official scrutineer, yet to take a look. The main concern of the scrutineers is safety. So as long as they judge that the wing or whatever part is loose doesn't pose a safety threat, the car will be allowed to go out. They're not in there to ruin anybody's day. In the meantime, I see some of the cars slowing down. Is that correct, Matti?
Sevilla sometimes slows down. We saw it just before the slalom and now also in Horseshoe, but then picked up the pace again. So not sure if they are running into issues. I'm having a look at the lap times, and it's definitely a lot slower. They are 30 seconds slower now compared to their previous lap time.
Yeah, I took a closer look at the Pforzheim rear wing here. There is a stiffening rod that runs diagonally between the swan necks, and the attachment of that rod seems to have broken loose. The aluminium has cracked. Yeah, the front wing is still on. It might still hold its 20 kilogram mandated load by the rules, but yeah, it's definitely a lot wobblier than the designers intended.
Yeah, now the question becomes, Jonas, whether that's a safety issue or not. If not, they will be allowed to continue. If yes, then the debate will be very short.
Yeah, it's not up to us to judge that. Fortunately, that's why we have the red-vested scrutineers here in the driver change. And now there's even two of them surrounding the Pforzheim car. I think it's going to be at the very least a discussion with them whether to release it or not.
Yeah, and they're just not just looking at the actual situation of the wing, but also what can happen if you drive around another 9 laps on this bumpy track as well. So they have to assess what is likely to happen to that wing and the car. So that's, well, wouldn't want to be in their shoe at the moment.
No, but good news for Bath. They are already in for their driver change. It feels like we just saw them at the green flag start. So yeah, besides being stuck behind Mumbai a bunch, yeah, uneventful endurance is actually what you want as a team member. Really looking forward to seeing if they can finish it.
It was Bath was a little bit ninja style driving because they were undetected by us. That means usually that's a good sign because then that means there's no drama either. So yeah, well done so far. But until now we don't have a finisher yet on the endurance. So let's keep our fingers crossed that we will have the first endurance finisher quite soon.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, this is a slightly higher attrition rate than even I would have predicted based on how the autocross went yesterday. Of course, this is at least 18 times more difficult than the one autocross lap, but still, yeah, no car so far having successfully finished the endurance is quite concerning.
I actually saw the car from Dresden being pushed away or to the back of the queue, I'm not sure, here in the dynamic area. We haven't seen them yet, but as far as my information goes, they got through scrutineering yesterday evening, so maybe, hopefully, we can see them here on endurance.
Yeah, Turin now joining us towards the green flag to start their endurance.
Good news for, well, yeah, Turin is there, but also good news for the Pforzheim car. It seems that the scrutineers are happy with the state of the car. At least it seems that it's safe enough. So that means that they are allowed to go out. So now they're just doing the final checks on the safety belts and so on. I did see one of the scrutineers having a chat with the driver, probably telling him to look if you feel anything funky in the car or you hear some weird noises, please make sure that you come in or pull the car to the side because it might be a dangerous situation for others. So I'm guessing that's the content of the conversation.
Slowing down again, not quite coming to a halt. They're still rolling, but now finally coming to a halt here just in front of us at the end of the main straight in the blue zone. I see the T-cell turn green, so that this might be their final stoppage.
Yeah, they have discharged previously, but yeah, now the officials are trying to recover them into a safe spot. So yeah, really unfortunate. 13 laps in, so tantalizingly close to the line to make it onto the 14th one. They have, of course, been carrying some sort of issue since pretty much the very beginning, the very first couple of corners. And yeah, Pforzheim is released as Mumbai is pushed into the driver change by the officials.
Yeah, you could see the body language of the driver as well. So the driver already knew this was not going to happen again. So unfortunately, driver was yeah, obviously devastated. Yeah, but what can you do? This is motorsport.
Bath looks like they're about ready to go as well. We already hear ready to drive sounds. They'll be at the green flag and probably released just behind Sevilla as they come around for their 14th lap. Quick queue update then. Bath coming back, of course, from the driver change. I see the cars from Budapest, Navarra, Oxford Brooks, Terrassa, and the Rainbow Snake of Vlissingen, if I'm not mistaken.
Four more laps for Sevilla, and they have found their pace again. A few laps ago they seemed to slow down a bit, but they're on their way for quick lap times again. And we have a new car on track. It's a car from Budapest, number 14. And off they go. With quite some wheel spin here on the first straight already. So definitely no temperature in these tires yet. But that will of course change after a few laps. Pforzheim driving considerably more conservative than the previous driver. A bit of a wobbly on the straight, so maybe they are running on a few motors less. BAF is slow. I had a feeling they were slowing down. Maybe they are just managing, they're accelerating again, so might have been a temporary hiccup. The corners, the car seems to have issues getting through it quite quickly because Budapest, I think, is already catching up with them. Will overtake them probably here after Slingshot.
Definitely seems to be going much slower than they did in the first half of their endurance run. But still, they are continuing. They were pretty quiet and under the radar in the first half. And if they can keep that up in the second, hopefully we will see a couple of teams finishing the endurance among the first ones at FSG26. And there is indeed a blue flag. Budapest unleashed from the back.
Yeah, and the fun fact about the Budapest team, in 2023 they absolutely destroyed the timekeeping machine, and they got part of it as a, let's say, as a trophy during the award ceremony. The drivers is Philip David and Ganet Zalan, so let's hope they can also finish endurance.
Pforzheim, meanwhile, about to catch up with BAF. I think their timing is gonna be good, and they might catch him just on the blue zone here, right when they enter the infield. Both cars now in pendulum, and I think this will be a very smooth overtake where none of the cars lose too much time. Let's see if BAF gets the blue flag. They do. The marshals are sharp today. It's nice to see, and I don't think any of the two teams will lose any time on this. Fortunately, Pforzheim clipping a cone while they are overtaking BAF. So that is, of course, 2 seconds extra per cone.
We now have our next car about to join the endurance run. Car number 114 from Navarra. They get the green flag and make their way very quietly out onto the track.
Yeah, and I think Pforzheim will catch Navarra pretty soon. This looks like Navarra is choosing for an energy-efficient approach in this endurance. I think they will already catch them on the North Curva. Luckily, there's blue zone over there. I'm also looking at how many laps are left. And 2 laps for Sevilla, so they might be our first finisher. Let's not jinx it just yet.
Be careful using the commentator's curse power, Matti, because we've seen all too often.
Situation. The car from Navarra, I think, had to let 2 cars pass. This is always a bit of a dangerous situation because sometimes drivers think that because 1 car passed, they can go again. But often they try to combine it and let 2 cars pass in one go. Meaning that BAF also got through past Navarra.
So Sevilla now crossing the line, and I think it might be their final lap. I didn't see them get the last lap sign with the marshals.
Our information says it's the last lap indeed. I'll just have a quick check in the raw times to see if we have not made a mistake. No, this.
Yeah, so we just had a look at our timekeeping equipment here. Matti has discovered that it counts the gyro change as a lap, so that's wrong on our side. So that means Sevilla has, what, 2 more laps to go, or 1 lap and a half as we speak. So everybody keep fingers crossed for Sevilla.
Budapest might catch up to Sevilla before they complete their next lap. Budapest, I think, the fastest car out on the track at the moment. Very similar times to Ford time. Let's see if Budapest can catch up before this pre-start line overtaking zone. I don't think they will. So most likely Sevilla will see a blue flag right after the start-finish line.
Yeah, and at the same time, Sevilla is getting the last lap sign just before being overtaken by TU Budapest. So 1 more lap to go for Sevilla. Let's go. We will see our first finisher of the day.
Yeah, big cheers coming from the fans. They're just as happy as us to see, well, probably more happy to see their car so close to finishing the endurance. So 5 cars out on track at the moment. Portsheim, Bath, Turin, Budapest, and Navarra and Sevilla, 6 cars. And looking in the queue, we might see our next contestant joining soon, car number 92 from Oxford Brooks.
And the lap times are mostly quite similar. The only difference is Portsheim. They're a lot quicker than the rest. And also Budapest is about 4 seconds slower than Portsheim.
Yeah, just to say that I think Budapest has come to a stop just past the FSG bump. Sevilla had to slow down behind them. The marshals now waving them around the outside of the track, and Sevilla get going again. Portsheim also passing by. And the driver of the Budapest car getting out, unfortunately. It seems it would be a DNF for Budapest.
Oh no, do I see Sevilla coming to a standstill on the last lap, or is that, are my eyes deceiving me?
That is indeed Sevilla, but the officials are not touching the car just yet. The driver is still in there trying to get it going, so let's hope they will be able to go. A bit of a traffic jam forming there, 2 cars stopping on the track very close to each other, Budapest and Sevilla. We have Bath being followed now very closely by Turin, Navarro crossing the start-finish line with a couple more laps to go, and Portsheim still making their way around.
Budapest is a DNF indeed, yeah. That's unfortunate for them. And just looking at Sevilla car with my binoculars, still trying to get the car restarted. It will be a heartbreak for them if they can't. But it looks like every second goes past, the hopes are diminishing. Oh my God, no, unfortunately, that's the end for Sevilla because they are being pushed off. On the last lap, oh, that's really heartbreak for Sevilla. This is just so unfortunate to have a DNF on the last lap, half a lap away from home. That's really unfortunate.
We've already had a couple of things like that. Washington, of course, DNFing just before finishing. Lubeck was also very close. Sevilla, very, very close as well. And meanwhile, we had car number 92 from Oxford Brooks starting their run. We see Portsheim overtaking Navarro, who are moving over into the recon section very nicely.
And 2 more laps to go for Portsheim. I'm not going to say anything else because we still don't have a finisher of the endurance. So fingers crossed for these teams that they can make it all the way home.
All 5 cars out of track driving. Everybody in the infield section, so it is getting a little bit crowded. Portsheim now will be starting their second to last lap, I believe. Navarro once again should be shown the blue flag, and they were. to allow Turin to overtake, and I believe they will be held until Bath can pass them as well. Just so. So 4 cars in the infield, 1 car in the North Curva section, that would be Pforzheim. And most likely the next car to join will be car number 205 from Terrassa. Just making their way into the horseshoe, about to be crossing the line to their last lap. And we already have our next contestant lined up, car number 205 from UPC Terrassa.
And Pforzheim, meanwhile, has been given the last lap sign, so they are on their way for the last lap. Hopefully they have better luck than Sevilla and can actually finish it off. So fingers crossed for them, and also a bit for us. Maybe we should do an interview with the driver as the first finisher of the endurance. I'll already head out. And while I say that, we have Turin in the pit for their driver change.
Yeah, Turin very similar to Bath, driving very steadily, no drama. So our attention has not been drawn to them too often, but they do pull in the driver change successfully. Very good first half of endurance. Pforzheim now back into the infield for the last half of a lap as car number 205 Terrassa begins their endurance run.
Pforzheim actually throwing the car around into the infield section, coming up to the slalom. Hopefully the very last slalom of, for this driver into the Broken Dreams. Just coming up to the horseshoe, navigating it, a little bit of sliding, but that's okay. Just coming up to the slingshot. And onto the final straight. Braking hard into the final chicane, coming over the line. And we have our very first finisher of the day. Well done, Pforzheim. Matti, interview the driver. He must be ecstatic.
Give me 2 minutes and I'll be there with the interview.
Very fourth finisher of the day.
All right, I actually have the first driver of Pforzheim, who we will have a quick chat with. Hi, sorry, what's the name? I'll have a quick look. Luis. So I have the driver, Maurice, excuse me, first driver. Maurice, how does it feel to be the first finisher of the endurance in FSG 2026?
Yeah, it's a crazy feeling. We fought like hell the past weeks to get here. We had match problems at the start of the season. And we fought hard, we worked our asses off to be here, and I'm just very grateful for the whole team for their work. We worked through nights, through days. To finish this off like this is the best reward we can wish for.
Yeah, amazing. You also had quite some speed, a few stoppages as well, but the car looked amazing and super quick. Were there some parts of the track which you found particularly difficult, or was it just a joy to drive it?
The main challenge here are the bumps, because you're just flooring the car, I don't know, it feels like 10 times a lap, which is always a bit painful to feel. The rest is very fun, the track is fast.
Yeah, unfortunately we didn't get the last part of that interview because of the microphone of Matti, which died. But yeah, great job by the fourth-time car, so well done.
Yeah, fortunately our microphone's suffering a couple of DNFs here as well. But thankfully we are allowed to do a battery change. Meanwhile, I'm looking out to the outfield section and there is a car being pushed off the track. We were a little bit too focused on the driver change area. I believe that might have been... I can't quite make out which car it is that is being pushed off the track, but that is unfortunately another DNF.
That might have been the Turin car by the... Or, I'm not 100% sure, maybe they are still driving.
Okay, but perhaps it is a car that DNF'd earlier, just being pushed away to a different area. Meanwhile, car number 32 from Midweide have started.
And immediately they started off with an off-course, missing the first corner, locking up and going off track. So hopefully the driver can get back to focus because there's quite a few more laps.
Yeah, and also in all this excitement, we did lose track of another finisher number 2 at FSG Endurance, car number 67 from Bath. Congratulations.
And we are preparing for a new car, car 97. Of course, the car from Landshut. I think yesterday they also had a mechanical failure. Actually, one of their tires deflated, causing them to stop on autocross.
I think the car that we saw out in the outfield not finishing, that was car number 92 from Oxford Brooks. So unfortunately, that is one more DNF on the timing sheet. As we see car number 97 from Landshut starting their endurance run.
Landshut is chasing the car from Bath, while Bath is, I think, chasing the car from Navarra. So we might end up in a situation where there's 3 cars chasing each other. Of course, it was not Bath, it's the car from Terrassa. Bath already finished their endurance, of course. Looks like Terrassa will be first to overtake Navarra, and then I'm pretty sure Landshut will follow quite closely. Terrassa already on the diffuser of Navarra. I'm not sure, yeah, blue flag is given now to the car from Navarra. They'll be moving into the blue zone, giving clear way to Terrassa. And now I'll be interested to see, will they let Landshut through as well? Yes, I think that's a clever decision by the marshals. So 2 cars past Navarra, and no time lost by either Terrassa or Landshut.
Yeah, indeed, all cars seem to be settling into a steady pace out on the track. Hopefully it does remain drama-less. Looking into the queue, some of the next cars we could expect to join are cars number 100, I believe that is Southampton. I also see car number 134 from Ingolstadt, quite sure what it is, but we'll give you an update. And also, University of Madras is at the front of the queue.
And some fun facts about the car Midweide, the one without the aerodynamics, that is going quite quickly. Every color on their car livery represents one of their former cars. The team is already celebrating their 20th anniversary, and this is their 10th car. A shout out to the rest of our team left behind at home, their alumni and their workshop cats. And the drivers are Lucas Pootse and Fabian Hubel. An overtake, Landshut past Terrassa. Yeah, that car from Landshut is pretty quick once it goes, but Terrassa is also not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Mitwaida is catching up with Navarra and will soon overtake, I think, after Slickshot.
Yeah, we saw the car, the driver from Terrassa being a little bit cheeky with the blue code section. They dived in back into the main track as soon as they were overtaken. They did not re-enter right at the very end of the overtaking area, but they were given the green flag, so I think the marshals will be lenient.
Yeah, and Navarra is still driving ninja style, very inconspicuous, quite below the radar, but still driving around, and they are getting the last lap sign.
Indeed, and that is for their driver change. Of course, if you want to finish first, if you want to be first you have to finish. So it might be a tactic from Navarra just to save some energy. Maybe they'll have a bit more energy for the second driver.
As car number 100 from Southampton begins their endurance run. So 6 cars on track at the moment. Matti, I think you mentioned we might at some point see 7 or 8. I think all of these are pretty evenly matched in terms of their pace. At least we're not seeing too many moments of interference from a faster car coming up with a slower car. So perhaps we'll see a couple more join us soon.
Yeah, and Terrassa is slowing down. They were quite a bit quicker before this. So they might be running around with a bit of an issue at the moment. This is definitely not the speed that we have seen in the previous lap. Car is also sounding, I would say, pretty raw. So maybe just running on one motor at the moment. It's overtake time. Is that Turin passing Navarra?
Yes, judging from the noise from one of the grandstands, the Italian flag being waved every lap, that the Turin car is passing. Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, Navarra now in the pits for the driver change. So just after they were being overtaken, they got sent into the pits. Ready for the driver change. Driver is having a little bit of difficulties. No, I thought he had difficulties getting out, but it was just to be able to swap the arm restraints as well. That it took a little bit more time. Meanwhile, some info about Landshut. The goal for the season is to just drive, so looks like they managed to achieve that goal. A fun fact about their car, it's meant to be a ninja car this season, and every logo that's on the car apparently is glow in the dark. I can't quite remember in our night skip pad how that looked, but it must be really cool. A shout out to every team member, and especially those for who is the first or the last season. Yeah, they say that they have come back stronger than ever, back in black.
Yeah, it's really nice to have this sign for us. We will always know where the Turin car is driving because of the noise from the grandstand. So thank you for noticing it and telling us where the car is.
Yeah, we have some quick cars on track right now. Turin is lapping sub 90, the best lap of sub 90. Also Landshut with a sub 90 time. of an 88.9 just across the finish line. But also Southampton actually already in their second lap achieving 92.9. So we're getting to the faster cars right now.
Yeah, and on some on-track action, Torino overtaking another car. So that's well done. Didn't lose too much time getting past the car as well. So onto their, let's say, I think they're on the 15th lap because they have 3 more laps to go for Turin.
Yeah, the car from Terrassa 205 slowing down even more, but still seems to be going pretty assuredly. So hopefully they can continue the pace until they can finish their endurance run.
Yeah, Terrassa, their best lap was a 95. Currently, they're lapping 116, so clearly there's 20 seconds off their best pace, so they are navigating some issue.
And Navarro, meanwhile, has successfully made it out of the driver change. They're just waiting now at the green flag. I think the marshals will allow Terrassa and Southampton to go by first, and perhaps Lanzo as well. We saw that the car from Terrassa did receive their last lap sign, so they should be coming in for the driver change at the next lap.
And San Sebastian is out on track again. I really love this car. It's black, it's ninja style, so quiet, silent, but still going. So that's good news for them.
Yeah, I think maybe visually a little more flashy than Landshut, but noise-wise, definitely more of a ninja car that we have seen.
And Landshut now on the rear of Terrassa. They caught them just at Pendulum. They will lose just a little bit of time, but luckily for them, just when they enter the infield, there is a blue zone. Let's hope that the marshals are giving a blue flag. And yes, I see one wave, so Terrassa will make their way into the blue zone, and Landshut will get past. So let's see if Terrassa now does complete the full blue zone. I think indeed over there they skipped 1 or 2 gates, but driver corrected for its mistake now.
And Torino on the last lap of the endurance. Once more cheered on by the whole team, waving the Italian flag passionately. Countdown has begun. Final couple of 100 meters, less than a kilometer to go, I would say. So they're just navigating onto the Nord curve. And yeah, fingers crossed.
Yeah, and it's not that the Turin car is holding back at all. They're still lapping close to the 90 seconds mark. The driver's still pushing. I think the Terrassa car can finally make its way to the pit. I think the driver will be happy because he was getting slower and slower and slower. Hopefully for them, they know what the issue is and they can make some changes such that the second driver can go just a bit quicker.
Turin just navigating their way through the last couple of corners, coming into the slalom section now. Car number 134 from Ingolstadt, meanwhile, is lined up at the green flag, ready to go. But first, Turin making their way through the final horseshoe. Through the slingshot onto the back straight. The driver choosing to do it peacefully, just making sure that they do make it across the line. But they do see the checkered flag, and Turin complete their endurance run. Congratulations.
And Torino becomes the 3rd finisher of the day. Awesome job, well done.
They do in fact set the fastest endurance run of the day as well. 1700 seconds exactly, below jump change on top. So let's see how our future competitors will compare to the new benchmark.
Mittweida is on the final lap of this driver, so we would expect them to come in at the end of this lap.
Ingolstadt, sorry Matti, I'm going to interrupt. Ingolstadt meanwhile sets off, they get the green flag, but almost immediately after the cone killer chicane, they do come to a halt. The track assistant is still engaged, and the driver does get poking in with a little burnout, looking much more pacey now.
Yeah, what sometimes happens with these electric cars is if they're fully charged, They're at the very max of their voltage, and then if you brake, and as we say, so I think Ingolstadt again come to a halt. But also want to draw attention to Mittweida because they are in for the driver change with a successful first stint.
And Ingolstadt did get going again, so perhaps still some initial gremlins that are being worked out, and hopefully they can continue reliably for the rest of the run.
Driver from Landshut taking his final slalom because also he will be coming in for the pit stop. Few more corners left to go. Into Horseshoe, then he can enjoy a slingshot for a final time, and then they will be coming in.
And Southampton going strong as well. We've seen already Oxford Brookes and Bath on the track as well, but now Southampton is picking up the pace and doing quite well. So let's keep an eye out for them.
We almost reached the max capacity of our pit lane. We currently have 3 cars in there. I think at the moment there's place for, there's place for 5. So we still have some room. Terrassat, new driver, is already in, so I hope to see them again soon. Also Mittweida already swapped their drivers, and of course Landshut has just arrived into the pit.
Yeah, and it's a good thing we have 5 places in the pit, Matthias, because during the final 5 we will probably see all 5 cars at the same time. So it would be a shame if one of them have to wait for the other.
I think maybe just a small reminder for people watching at home. Well, reminder later. First, I will say that it seems the car from Ingolstadt had stopped on track once more. I do see marshals running to the Nord Curve section and yellow flags being waved, but it does seem like they... No, that's not them getting going. That is Navarro being allowed to pass by. Ingolstadt still seems to be stationary out on track. But what I was going to say is it is of course a fantastic achievement to finish the endurance, but we must not forget that as with any other dynamic event, the cars still need to pass a fairly rigorous post-scrutineering process after the event is over, checking for things like leaking fluids, ride height, basically overall safety rules and design rules compliance, making sure the car is still in a valid configuration after the endurance run. And all that is to say, everything we see right now and everything that we say is not official just yet. But that, of course, does not detract from the happiness that the teams see when their cars cross the finish line.
Ingolstadt managed to get going again. We saw this yesterday as well. They did manage to set a time on the Autocross event, but still, well, a lot of gremlins on board, it seems. So let's just hope the driver doesn't encounter too much of them and manages to rack up a couple of laps.
And we saw already Mittweida have made their way back onto the track out of the driver change. Terrasse 205 also lining up at the green flag for their second endurance stint. So only Landshut going through the driver change at the moment. Seems to be going well. And I think we're about to see 6 cars simultaneously out on track once more.
Yeah, and this Terrasse car is quite loud actually. For being an electric car, they're almost as loud as one of the combustion cars that we used to have here a couple of years ago.
And Mittweida actually did a very quick pit stop, only 170 seconds from entry to exit. They even overtook Terrasse, not that it matters, in the pit. So a really quick pit stop from Mittweida.
And in the meanwhile, we did see car number 100 from Southampton. We see the last lap sign. And then the final lap before coming in for their driver change. Landshut now also out of the driver change section and at the green flag. I think perhaps the marshals might wait for Southampton to come in for their driver change. Oh no, they do release Landshut out onto the track. So now for a couple of minutes we'll have 6 cars simultaneously in action.
And I have good news for the Navarra team. In their first stint, they were relatively slow clearing, navigating, or managing some energy. But looks like they have found some new energy or a bit more power for the second driver, who is now going considerably quicker than the first.
The second Terrassa driver does seem to be still going slowly, or at least slower than they were at the very start of the endurance.
And we have Southampton in the pit as we speak. Car number 100, so successful first stint. And quite an impressive average lap time of 92. Their best was an 88 at the very last lap.
And Matti, just as you were saying that Navarro seems to have found a little more power, they have come to a stall at the North Kurva section, but they do manage to get going again. So hopefully they will continue, and perhaps they might rein the car in a little bit just to make sure they don't run into any more issues.
Yeah, indeed, that is of course the risk of pushing a little bit harder, that the car doesn't quite like it. Mitwaida, meanwhile, lining up their next overtake. It's a super quick car for being a non-aero one. And they will be reeling in Terrassa. I'm afraid they caught them just a bit too late and will have to wait for the blue zone at the North Kurva.
Yeah, and we're looking at 6 cars out on track. I'm not sure whether they will be putting out more cars, Matti, because there's really no need to increase the number of cars. Looking at the list of the running order, I think we're right on schedule for the endurance to be completed quite on time. So there's no need to increase the number of cars on track.
The Ingolstadt driver now driving much more aggressively. Seems they figured out whatever issues they may have had with the car in the first couple of laps.
Indeed, going a lot quicker. The first laps were around 110, even 150 lap because of the stoppage, of course. But now lapping at 87.6, and that might be close to one of the quicker times we have seen so far.
Yes, you can see the raw speed of that car. Without any stoppages, it's an easy below the 90-second mark for this car. So yeah, let's just hope they don't have to stop anymore, because they didn't have a lot of clean laps. I think this is only their second clean lap of the day. Before that, they had to stop every time.
The Terrassa driver is speeding up just a bit. Last lap was 101, so getting a bit closer to what they were doing at the very beginning of the first stint. Oof, Ingolstadt outbraked himself, hit a few cones here in Horseshoe, but not going again. And as I say, not going again is Navarra, stopping just before the bump here in Horseshoe. The T-Sol is still blinking and the driver continues on its way, so it was a temporary issue.
Yeah, let's keep our fingers crossed for Navarra, because they only have 3 laps left, and soon it will be only 2 laps. So yeah, whatever they have to do it, just finish endurance.
Very distinct sound from the T-Sol from Southampton. They did a successful driver change and are now again at the starting line, waiting for a gap on the track to get them going again. I see Marshall's running. I think that is again for the car from Navarra, who has come to a halt, but got going again. So they are having some gremlins with that car, but it seems resettable, so the driver can continue on its way.
It looks like Terrassa is in full attack mode, taking a lot more risks and even clipping a couple of cones. Not sure whether the first driver was instructed to save energy so that the second driver can go all the way with maximum attack, but yeah, maybe we can find out after they finish the endurance.
Ingolstadt now chasing Landshut. Landshut was going super quick in the first stint, but now going significantly slower. So they are probably managing some temperatures or energy. And Ingolstadt will make the overtake in the next blue zone on the F1 track, just in front of the grandstands.
Navarro coming to a halt once more. Mittweida is stuck behind them, but waiting patiently for the marshals to wave them through. The car from Navarro is still charged, so hopefully they can get going as the driver just cycled the car, so they turn it off and on again moment. Hopefully that will work for them. It does seem to. They did. Yes, they are moving again. Terrassa, meanwhile, also overtook them outside of the track. So 6 cars out on track once again.
Yeah, let's hope Navarro can continue because they only have a lap and a half to go. So yeah, it's a bit nerve-wracking, all these stoppages from this car and this team. It must be quite frustrating for the driver as well. But the driver seems to be handling his nerves quite well. But yeah, onto the last lap almost.
Terrassa clipping the exact same 2 cones for the 3rd lap in a row at the end of the final straight, which Navarro has now navigated cleanly, and they do begin their final lap.
Ingolstadt now going a lot slower and maybe even coming to a halt. Landshut caught up with them. I do hear the T-stall again, sound of Ingolstadt, so they got it going again. Landshut will lose a few seconds because of that. They were, of course, just overtaken by Ingolstadt a few laps ago.
In the meantime, Southampton is going strong as well. Best lap time below the 90-second mark. So actually quite a good pace from them.
Navarra now in Pendulum. This is on their final lap. They did some energy management. They had a few issues in the last stint, but looks like they are now making it into their final lap. Last time into the intersection here, approaching the slalom. And Mittweida is still flying. I find it incredible how quick that car is.
Well, is this the moment to say wings don't work, or is that too soon, Matthias?
I think that kind of saying, you can wing it.
Wow.
Navarro just again stopping right at the entrance of the horseshoe. This has happened before, and they did manage to get it going a couple of times already, so let's hope they can still do that. They're on their final 100, 200 or so meters. A bit of a traffic jam now forming. They need to let Ingolstadt by. They are now also not going to let Landshut by because Navarro does get going again.
Yeah, it's the final couple of 100 meters, so fingers crossed that they will be able to complete it. They're on to the final lap, final straight, but they have to let 2 cars past. They managed to do so without stalling, so they are into the final chicane, and the car from Navarra, San Sebastian, finishes endurance and becomes the 4th finisher of today. Well done.
And immediately we see car number 17 from Cluj-Napoca get the green flag. But now they begin their endurance run as well. So just to give a bit of a status update about the cars on the track. By order of how many laps they have remaining, we have Mittweida with 2 laps to go. Terrassa and Landshut with 4 laps each. Southampton with 7. And Ingolstadt, they have 10 laps to go. But on this lap, they will be coming in for their pit stop. Terrassa once again clipping the same 1 or 2 cones at the end of the final straight. It does seem that the car might be pulling left under braking. Perhaps that is why they hit those cones. And Jonas is saying that Terrassa might be bottoming out at the back of their chassis under acceleration. So perhaps there's something going on with the rear suspension there. Hopefully nothing too serious. Car number 97, Landshut, is stopping out on the track just before the entry to the slalom. Hopefully they do get going again. Once again, a little bit of a traffic jam. Napoca being waved through and Mittweida being waved through as well.
And in meantime, Ingolstadt is in the pits for the driver change.
Also checking some fun facts about Cluj-Napoca. Their goal is to finish endurance with maximum, or I should say minimum, 5% state of charge and 55 degrees, pushing their accumulator to the limit. Apparently, they also still had some issues after autocross with the car and manages to fix it just before endurance. And they want to do a shout out to Dresden for coming back and finishing all technical inspections.
And Landshut, meanwhile, unfortunately, is being pushed away by the scrutineers. That is a DNF for car number 97 from Landshut. Very, very unfortunate, especially considering they were going pretty quick on their first stint, but we did see them slowing down throughout. So perhaps this was just a gradually deteriorating issue that the driver was not able to resolve by themselves. 4 cars left out on track at the moment, 1 in the pits, and we have our next competitor getting close to the starting line. That will be car number 113 from Munich Motorsport.
Indeed, what a shame for Landshut. They were on their 15th lap, putting in some impressive times, but were slowing down towards the end, indicating that the car was definitely struggling. We have Midweida on the last lap. I'm not sure if we already mentioned it, but they were going so smooth that we haven't quite noticed that they are already on the last lap.
Munich Motorsport does now get the green flag. We do have Midweida going through their last horseshoe, and if anything, I think speeding up on their final lap. Yeah, the driver definitely not conserving any battery as they cross the finish line, and we have our 5th finisher of the day, Technicum Midweida. Big cheers from the team members in the stands as well, fully deserved.
And just like Jonas mentioned a couple of minutes ago, it does seem like Terrassa has some kind of issue with the car, because they're bottoming at the rear quite severely, almost dragging the car onto the pavement for most of the lap. So let's hope they can manage the situation and finish.
Despite that, they almost matched their quickest time of a 93.2 in the last lap. And this is also their last lap of the endurance, so hopefully the car can hold on for 1 more kilometer.
Munich Motorsport looking very fast out on the track at the moment. Already setting times in the low 80s. I think they might be the first team to go below 80 seconds. They are currently stuck a little bit behind Southampton, but they should get some free track after the next overtaking zone. Then we saw Ingolstadt make their way back out onto the track from the driver change. Second leg of the endurance for Ingolstadt. Terrassa now is on their last lap. You do hear the car bottoming out when cornering, but it does seem to be going reliably. Terrassa bottoming out a bit on the final straight, but they do navigate cleanly through the last chicane, and they see the checkered flag. Our 6th finisher of the day, car number 205 from UPC Terrassa.
And immediately Linköping is out on track, fail fast on their wing. Let's hope it's not what their goal is for the endurance.
And wow, how quick is Munich Motorsport, absolutely flying. This was a 78.2, but they even got held up a little bit by another car, so we have not even seen the true potential of this car yet, and already they're breaching the 80-second mark on the 78.2. We can smell the brakes from, what car is it?
It is either Munich Motorsport or Southampton.
No, Munich Motorsport was already passed, so I think indeed it's a brake of Southampton then. Munich Motorsport is carrying a cone with them. So super speedy. Let's see how long they keep that cone in the front wing. Will cost them a few downforce points while they are chasing Linköping. And another cone, they are now collecting them. I don't think you can keep them and take them at home. Maybe if you ask politely.
Yeah, Munich Motorsport, it seems, has fallen somewhat victim to their autocross times because they are much quicker than the rest of the cars out on the track.
Yeah, looking at one of the marshals, they're just looking intently at the Southampton car, but seem to be happy. So one of the marshals was handling the meatball flag shortly, but it's being put away now. So nothing, no big drama on the track now.
Munich Motorsport, although they are very quick, they're also rebuilding the track quite a bit, hitting quite some cones in the process. Linköping just got overtaken by Munich and now stuck behind Cluj-Napoca. They will be overtaking them after Sea Shop. Linköping making the overtake on Cluj-Napoca as we predicted. We also have a new car that is ready to be launched on the track. It is a car from Osnabrück. We will probably wait until Southampton passes for a clear track, although maybe Ingolstadt will be passed as well before they release onto the track. Looks like they will have a bit of a clear space behind Ingolstadt. Looks like a nice place to launch a new car.
And Southampton on their last lap already. Quiet under the radar, but still only 1 kilometer left to go for Southampton.
As Osnabrück does get the green flag, and we get their endurance ball.
Yeah, and Munich not holding back, right? It's they're driving an autocross. It looks that aggressive, that much fun even to watch. And the driver saying, well, let's go for it. We're nothing to lose probably. Let's finish endurance in style. And consistently below the 80 seconds. Well, the last lap was a bit higher, but they were held up a little bit. But the other laps were almost all of them below the 80 seconds. So very impressive.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Munich has gotten a clean lap so far. I think almost every lap they have come up on one of the competitors. So I think we still haven't seen the full potential.
Last meters for Southampton now. Only one braking zone and one corner to go. And across the finish line goes the team from Southampton finishing the endurance. Congratulations to them. And this is, I think, our 6th car, 7th car that has finished endurance. And in terms of total time, of course, this is without any cones taken into account. This was the fastest endurance we've seen so far. And we have a new car. Car number 44 has been released on the track. Let's see if they can match the kind of lap times that Munich is doing. Talking about Munich, again they found their pace with a 79.2, so the previous lap was probably a hold-up somewhere.
Yeah, I think their basic, let's say, speed is around 78, 79 seconds, which is still very, very fast and quite competitive. By far the fastest car on track. Although we have a couple of new cars on track as well, so let's see what kind of lap times they can do.
Osnabrück is also going really fast on the straight, so I'll be looking forward to see what kind of lap times they can put out.
Munich once again having to go through a blue flag, or having to be held up by a car seeing the blue flag, overtaking Ulm just before going into the slalom. But I think now they should have a bit of a clean track. Let's see if we can see a full unobstructed lap from them.
Wow, Osnabrück with an 82.7, so they are in the mix with a similar pace as what Munich is doing. Of course, Munich just a little bit faster still, but very impressive stuff from Osnabrück. Locking up here just in front of us is the Ulm car on their first lap. Let's have a look at what that first lap looks like. It's a 92.6, so not quite as fast as Munich and but there's still plenty to improve for them. Linköping already in their fifth lap, about to complete the fifth lap and going into the sixth one. Looks like they're not following their vision of fail fast, because they are going strong.
Yeah, and we can see the big difference between these lap times. 78, 79 seconds from Munich, up to, let's say, 95, 96 seconds for Cluj-Napoca, who, by the way, got their last lap sign just before the driver change.
And I've been following the Munich car on this lap. They did pick up and drop off another cone, but they have had no obstructions from other competitors this lap. So let's see this representative lap time as they're about to cross the line. Still just in the 79-second range. So it appears that does seem to be the true pace of the car, somewhere about 79 seconds.
Yeah, it does feel to me that the Munich car just had slightly less punch than it had on the first three laps, so probably motors are starting to overheat, same for the accumulator. Ingolstadt was catching up on Cluj. They have been given the blue flag, is Cluj-Napoca, and that was a little bit dangerous because Osnabrück was coming at great speed while Cluj-Napoca was rejoining the track.
Osnabrück is going to slow down for almost a third of the lap, nearly half a lap now. And Ingolstadt also seems to be slowing down somewhat. Maybe the driver trying to be more careful in the corners.
Yeah, I noticed that as well, Yegor, because they were a lot faster than this, but maybe it's just bring it home type of driving. I don't know, but at least now they're going again, but still being felt by Osnabrück.
Munich complete their first half of the endurance already. Cluj-Napoca as well coming into the pit behind them. Although I'm not sure if Cluj was supposed to pit already. They were? Yes, they were. So Cluj-Napoca and Munich in the pits. Ingolstadt, Linköping, Osnabrück and Ulm out on the track. There is a bit of a blue flag situation developing again. I believe that is Osnabrück catching up to Ingolstadt.
Yes, that's correct. And you could see the Ingolstadt car slowing down just a little bit. They only have 2 more laps, or a lap and a half to go. So maybe it's all about saving a little bit of energy, but they have lost a bit of pace as well. So let's just hope they can manage the situation and bring the car home.
We have a new car being prepared. It's the car 102 from Pilsen. I think they can also be up there with one of the more quicker cars. Of course, the first focus is to finish all the laps and then see how quick you can achieve that. Yeah, the Ingolstadt pace, it's a bit weird. Sometimes they're quick, sometimes they're a bit slower. So they are managing something, but they are on their last lap now. And we have Pilsen on the track. Not too crazy approach in the first corner. Let's see how fast of a lap time they can do. The driver from Ulm is really pushing it, locking up in almost every corner. Does it also result in a good lap time? It's at 84.4, so pretty decent, but the driver is fighting that car.
So Ingolstadt just going into their final slalom of their endurance run. The car looking even slower than the previous lap, but still going solidly.
Linköping has been given the last lap sign, that is for their driver change. So they are on their way on the 9th lap, while Osnabrück is flying past us again. And finishing is the last corners. Ingolstadt, car 134, finishes the endurance. Congratulations to them.
And with Ingolstadt, we have 8 cars finishing endurance. Just a reminder for everybody, this is also provisional because the post-scrutineering checks must be done as well, and the cars must be rule compliant also after the endurance. So everybody keep their fingers crossed that all these cars will get a green go-ahead from the scooties.
Good news from Munich, they made it out of their driver change, or at least they are at the starting line. So successful driver change from them. They will be looking for an empty space on the track because we've seen the pace from Munich.
I think they're about to get it. Linköping is on their finishing their 9th lap. They've completed the first half of the endurance and are coming in for the driver change.
Well, Osnabrück sliding in that quick kink that we have here. And Munich is on their way with the second driver. I think we also have some info about the drivers from Munich. First driver was Manuel Laux, and the driver currently on track is Gustav Strauss.
Interesting situation there. Ulm was following quite closely behind Pilsen for nearly half a lap, but I think the marshals might have missed the flag was necessary. They do catch it now, but the driver from Ulm will be a little frustrated to be held up long.
Yeah, unfortunately it wasn't that long because the overtaking zone just after start-finish line is quite close after the one in the final sector. So it was only a couple of seconds. Unfortunately, that went well. So not too much time lost.
We saw also car number 17, they get out of the driver change and they're back on the track for their second leg. So currently 5 cars out on the track. Linköping waiting in the driver change area, doing some final checks. The driver being properly secured in the cockpit.
Yeah, Ulm had a very aggressive overtake on Pilsen, couldn't wait to get past, but I have to say Pilsen is holding on quite well. Ulm is not quite gapping them too far yet. So let's see if Pilsen can get their revenge.
Yeah, it looks like looking at the driving styles, Ulm is a little bit more aggressive on the throttle and braking, but that means also that you're not driving smoothly and making a little bit more mistakes than Pilsen. Actually, Pilsen now is starting to catch up again to Ulm and coming ever so close to maybe get a repass again. So a couple of different driving styles in action.
And Osnabrück, this is the first driver. His last corners took a cone in the horseshoe, but they will be given the checkered flag for coming in for the driver change.
And now Ulm actually seeing the blue flag, a bit of a reversal of the situation. You said, Matti, that the car from Ulm was not gapping Pilsen quite as much as one would have hoped. And now they did see the blue flag, Pilsen out ahead, but Ulm very, very close behind. So I think we might see blue flag being waved once again at the very next sector.
Yeah, looks like they're quick in different parts of the track, so it's a bit of an odd situation. I feel like the driver from Ulm is driving around a little bit red-headed. And are they giving blue flag again to Pilsen? So it is a little bit of a haasje over, as we would say in Dutch.
Ulm getting the last lap sign. They will be coming into the pits for the driver change at the end of this lap. Linköping, meanwhile, made it out of the driver change and onto their second leg. And the cars are just a little bit bunched up at the moment. There are 3 cars out of the outfield section. Munich is going, I think, even a little bit slower than we saw at the end of their first stint, but still gradually catching up to Cluj.
Yeah, the second driver from Munich is sliding around quite a bit more than the first driver. Doesn't quite look as quick as the first driver. Maybe he's navigating some issue. Of course, his best lap time was 79, so only a second slower. But it does look just a bit more clumsy than the previous driver.
Yeah, we're about to have a bit of a train behind Linköping. Both Ulm and Pilsen have caught up to them. So I think Linköping will see a blue flag in the next sector. Will be allowed to pass, to let both cars pass by.
Yeah, Ulm driver can smell the car from Linköping is driving extremely close to it. I don't think it's quite necessary.
Yeah, any closer and they can look the driver in the eye. So I think it's you don't have to be that close to Ulm, but Ulm is getting the checkered flag for the driver change. So that was the confusion, I guess.
And I'm just looking at the car from Pilsen, and their rear wing is tilted quite heavily to the right. I'm not sure if it was already that way when it started, or if it's something that got a little shaken loose during the endurance. But that's something we're going to keep a bit of a closer eye on. Munich, meanwhile, has caught up to Cluj, took about another lap. Cluj is being given the blue flag.
But even the sound that the Munich car is now making sounds quite a bit different and not as nice as it was before. So it does seem to me that they have some kind of issue, unless the driver can prove me wrong now in this lap.
Oh, and the rear wing of car 102, I think, might be quite loose on the right-hand side. It's leaning very, very heavily to the right now.
Yeah, the rear wing from Pilsen also now starting to have a serious angle of attack, almost positive angle of attack at some point.
Yeah, I think if it stays this way, it's definitely something that we look at during the driver change, if not even a meatball flag early.
No meatball flag yet. Car is still going. Maybe they'll wait for the driver change to check it indeed. And Osnabrück, they made it out of, not quite yet, but they are ready for being launched on track again. Successful driver change by them. Very much looking forward to see if they can continue the incredible pace that we were showing in the first stint. Yeah, I stand by my point. Munich car sounds different, looks different, handles different. I'm not sure if they still have all their motors available at the moment.
Yeah, Matti, Jonas and me are just looking at the Pilsen car. For sure, they have some kind of issue because the car is leaning to the right. Not sure what's going on there. Looks like a little bit of imbalance in the car for some reason. Maybe some suspension things going on. But for sure, the right side is lower than the left side. That's why you see also the wing being a little bit crooked. Jonas is keeping an eye on them, but
Yeah, and we've seen this with multiple cars where the rear suspension seems to be squatting more and more progressively through the endurance.
I heard a bit of a rumbling noise as car from Pilsen passed by. I think the bottom end of the end plate might even be catching on the right rear tire a little bit.
Yeah, they have 2 more laps to go, so they will pit in next lap, at the end of next lap. So with a little bit of luck, the scrutineers will let them do these 2 laps and then check it in the driver change.
A bit of a stutter from the Munich car coming into the horseshoe. So they've been driving pretty consistently, slowing down somewhat throughout, but no big issues. Chopping being shown the blue flag out of the outfield. Ulm does seem to be taking a little bit longer than the other cars. Driver change area. The second driver is in the car. They're just doing some final checks with the officials. Hopefully everything is all right.
Yeah, I think the driver that just came out is a bleeding nose or something. Maybe just because of the heat and the exercise. Can happen, of course.
Well, we do see marshals running out to a car on the track. I do not see car number 102 anymore.
I think Pilsen might have come to a halt, but they got going again pretty quick even. This is the last lap of the first driver, so they will be making their way into the pits, and I think I'll have a look to see about that rear wing situation.
And Ulm does now get given the green flag.
One of the timekeeping guys ran across the track just when Ulm was being released on track. Luckily he was just in time to get back into the van. Meanwhile, Pilsen is in their last corner of the first driver. 1 more braking zone left. And then there's a little wiggle here. And across the finish line, Pilsen for the first stint of their endurance. And we'll have a quick look at their rear wing.
Out on track, meanwhile, Munich has caught up to Linköping, but also Munich now coming to a standstill, and the driver is egressing the car. It must be an issue with the high voltage system. Unfortunately, that is a DNF for Munich Motorsports. Heartbreaking to see. They were doing very, very well. I believe this was their second to last lap. But unfortunately, it is a DNF for car number 113.
Yeah, and we just heard car 113 has an IMD error, Igor. So unfortunately, that's the end of them. And in the meantime, we have car 69 Hawks from Hamburg about to join the track. Just looking at car 113, yeah, it's really unfortunate for them because that's a DNF for sure. Drivers out of the car. Yeah, it's always sad to see that.
So a quick rundown of the cars currently on track. Cluj with 2 laps to go, Linköping with 4, Osnabrück with 6, Ulm with 8. Pilsen is currently in the pit. We will see what Matti and Jonas can report.
Yeah, Jonas and I are having a look at the Pilsen car. Actually, everything seems quite okay and quite sturdy. So there is no obvious problem there. It just looks a bit odd. The chassis seems to be tilted a little bit more to the right, but everything is quite sturdy. Maybe Jonas will have a bit more detailed information in a few minutes.
there's a car out in the Nordkurve section. It's coasting down the track at the moment. The tractor system
I
is
think that's the car from
disengaged.
Osnabrück that is coming to a halt. They were just out after their driver changed a few laps, and indeed stuck in pendulum as we speak.
And again, the marshals are already immediately pushing the car away, so it seems to be some sort of fatal error within the car. The driver did not hop out, so it must not be a safety issue. But yes, unfortunately, something that they were not able to resolve. And that is another DNF on the track for
Yeah, something with a 2.
something with the
Triple digit.
267 Osnabrück.
Yeah, it's a shame. Did you know that Osnabrück actually won the design part of the Crazy 20 last year? So they had the most cool looking car in the Crazy 20. Unfortunately, they cannot wrap up their endurance today.
Well, there is a very Cluj-looking car out on the track, and they are in fact starting their lap. Well, not starting their last lap. They are in the middle of their final lap. Car number 44 from Ulm is going much less aggressively than before. Perhaps the driver trying to avoid a nosebleed from overexertion. Still driving apparently reliably, just as I say that, slow down but speed up again.
Yeah, quick update on Pilsen. The rear wing is hanging crooked, most likely because one of the clamping brackets around the main hoop that also attaches the rear wing swan neck has slipped slightly. But yeah, so far the officials are happy enough that this will not create an unsafe situation out on track.
And we have Cluj now going through the last couple of corners, and they cross the finish line. That is a finish of the endurance event for car number 17, Cluj-Napoca. Congratulations, guys.
Wow, impressive stuff by them. They had their fair share of being overtaken, but the goal is to make it through all the laps, and they achieved that very well, so congratulations to them.
Right then, we don't have any drama out on track as far as I can tell so far, so I'll give you a quick queue update. Nürnberg is joining us for their endurance at the green flag. Right behind them I see UPC Barcelona, what looks like Lund, and 2 more cars, number 68, that must be Tsinghua, and Esslingen also waiting for their turn.
And I think we have one more unintentional ninja car out on the track, car number 101 from Hanover. I'm not sure if we saw them start their endurance run, but they're just about to complete their first lap.
Indeed, they started amidst all the chaos with Pilsen and the explanation there, but they're onto their first lap, and it's a quick one already, a 91.2. So we know that the first lap is often just a few seconds slower than their true potential, so let's see if they can go sub 90 with that car.
I feel like the angle of attack on the Pilsen car is getting just that slight bit more aggressive with every lap, but they are still going reliably, so hopefully it can all hang together.
Yeah, that rear wing attachment is a clamp fit basically, so I would expect with every bump it's losing more and more friction. So far that's only making the rear wing droop more, not really creating a structurally unsafe situation.
Car number 44 from Ulm does seem to be nursing some sort of issue. They're pretty slow out of corners and then seem to find their pace on the straights.
Yeah, green flags for Pilsen, blue flags so that Pilsen can overtake them.
So we do have a bit of a densely packed infield at the moment. Ulm is slowly catching up to Linköping. Hawks Hamburg is right behind Hanover.
Yeah, but you're right, Diego. This is a completely different Ulm than we have seen in the first run. And I think it's the 2 Hambers? No. It's Hawks overtaking Hanover, indeed. I thought for a moment it was 2 times Hamburg.
I think once again we got a little bit lost with all the cars going around, but car number 39 from Linköping has successfully finished their endurance run. Congratulations.
Yeah,
Wow.
big cheers from the team members. Justifiably so.
So Pilsen has 6 laps to go. Hopefully that rear wing will stay together for that entire run. It's car number 154 from Barcelona comes out onto the endurance track.
Is it blue? Is it white? It's Barcelona. Also with their split livery. And I'm very curious to see what kind of lap times they can do. While Hawks Racing performs an overtake on Ulm, who is going ever slower and slower. And now even Hanover is catching up with him. Yeah, Igor, you said it. They seem to slow down in certain corners and then don't quite get the exit they want. But then on other parts they are pretty quick. So something is off with that move car.
Yeah, I think it's mostly during the right-handers that they slow down. Catching a cone there, carrying it now under the car, I believe. So it will not help the proceedings.
Yeah, to me this looks like a heat-related issue. It is not nearly as hot here in Nottingham today. It is barely under 30 degrees compared to the 35 or so it felt like we had yesterday. And yeah, this looks like a thermal derating from Ulm. This is one of the challenges of the endurance, keeping the car driving for multiple laps in a row.
Yeah, driver had even difficulties exiting the blue zone. But at some point the car gets going and then it's quick again.
So 6 cars out on track, Ulm with 3 laps to go, Pilsen with 5, and then the new joiners, Hamburg with 13 left, Hanover with 15, Nuremberg 17, and Barcelona just completing their first lap. They do a 91.58. So not quite the fastest we've seen today, but I'm sure they'll be able to eventually climb down to the low 80s as well.
Yeah, I think in 90 seconds first lap is pretty decent. They can probably shave off 5 more seconds in the second and third lap, and then we'll see their true pace.
Yeah, easy, just go faster, 5 seconds. We've talked about this in the autocross yesterday. Of course, it is slightly more difficult to get your perfect lap in here during the endurance. There is no such thing as a yellow flag rerun. But I'm happy to report that so far everything's running smoothly out on track again.
Yeah, Ulm does seem to have found a bit more consistency.
Barcelona seems to have found a problem. They've come to a halt just on the transition back into the infield.
And that is a notorious spot. We see a lot of cars breaking down there, at least coming to a halt. Of course, it's a big jump, switching from the F1 track to the infield.
I'm seeing the discharging repeatedly. They are trying to get the tractor system going again, but at the moment it is off.
Yeah, usually the grace period that the marshals allow for a car that is trying to get going again is 1 lap from the car behind them. So normally speaking, if the car behind the one that is gets the lap up twice, that is just about the time that the marshals will allow for forcibly retiring the car.
Yeah, so that would be Nürnberg and Hawks who just got motion passed, and Hawks immediately also being allowed to overtake Nürnberg with a blue flag.
So still a yellow flag situation around Barcelona. I think every other car on track has driven past them now. I think the marshals are still allowing the driver to try to get the car restarted.
Yeah, still not seeing that red flashing light above the driver's head to indicate that they would be ready to set off anytime soon.
And Pilsen, meanwhile, it's not because their wing is slightly crooked that they're not fast. I think they're the fastest car on track right now. And they are chasing for an overtake on Hanover as we speak. Blue flag been given to Hanover, and they will get past here in front of the paddock.
Yeah.
They will be on their way to chase Nuremberg now.
Now Hawks is approaching the hairpin, just driving through it and getting closer and closer to Barcelona. I think this is going to be bad news for Barcelona here momentarily.
Last lap sign given for Ulm. Second driver struggling with that car, but they are making it through, so can enjoy the corners for a final time.
brief.
That for a moment there, Nuremberg came to a halt and they might be stopped again. They were just slowing down for a corner.
No, I definitely saw marshals running out on the track section.
You do see the marshals have put their hands onto the Barcelona car, pushing it out of the way. So unfortunately, that is a DNF for car number 154 from Barcelona.
And now Pilsen is stuck behind Nuremberg because of that yellow flag situation. We couldn't quite get a blue flag. Hanover also seems to be slowing down a bit, and Ulm actually managed to catch back up. This is of course the last lap of Ulm. Not sure if they will be, if they will let them past Hanover.
Yeah, I think we'll have a bit of a queue forming behind Nuremberg. 4 cars on track, all bunched together. It's not too often that you get to see something like this.
Yeah, I think there will be a triple overtake on Nuremberg. That would be my guess. Haven't seen that in a while.
So let's see, overtake 1, 2, and indeed 3. And for Ulm, this would be their last overtake because they get the checkered flag and finish the endurance run. Congratulations, Ulm.
I can actually hear the driver scream out of excitement when he crossed the finish line. Wow, they are happy that they finished, and rightly so.
Yeah, they were clearly carrying some sort of issue for a while there. Managed to speed back up towards the end, so maybe it cleared itself.
Yeah, and one yellow, blue/purple car is immediately replaced with another. Car number 46 from Lund now out on the track.
Yeah, and despite the issue at the end, or the second driver from Ulm, they actually had the quickest endurance time so far, 30 seconds quicker than Southampton. Of course, this without any cones counted, but yeah, really good performance by Ulm.
Hamburg, meanwhile, already completed their first half of the endurance, in for the driver change. So just 4 cars out on track right now, 1 more in the driver change. And do we see anybody else in the queue at the moment? I think car number 68 from Tsinghua is being given the go-ahead to join on the start line.
Yeah, on their first lap, Ulm is, Nuremberg is holding up Lund, who just joined us. I really hope that we have the blue flag ready for Nuremberg yet again.
Yeah, Nuremberg definitely going slow but steady, which in endurance is often enough. I do see yellow flags being waved out at the start of the Nordkurve section. Some martial activity going on, but all seems to be resolved now. I believe it was the car from Pilsen that caused the calamity. Nuremberg didn't see the blue flag, and Ulm is now, Lund is now ready to drive at their full potential.
We're hearing calls of a broken rear wing out in the Nordkurve section.
Well, if that would be anybody, most likely it will be Pilsen. They are right now still driving along. I'm not seeing any significant changes in the status of that rear wing.
No, I think that was just a marshal who saw Pilsen drive by for the first time today.
And we also have had car number 68 from Tsinghua join us on the endurance track. Car from Pilsen does seem to be grounding out quite a bit more, especially in the rear at the moment, but still driving reliably. And they do see the finish flag, and car number 102 from Pilsen finishes the endurance. I'm sure the scrutineers will be taking a very close look at that rear wing, but they did clear it during the driver change. We didn't see any dramatic changes with it throughout their second stint. So fingers crossed they will pass the post-scrutineering successfully.
Yeah, and Ulm set a new target for best lap, but actually Pilsen immediately beating them quite a bit faster, about 80 seconds in total. Of course, again, this is without any cones counted.
I did hear pretty hard grounding from the Tsinghua car just now, but they do seem to be continuing okay, if a little bit twitchy. They were catching up to Nuremberg quite rapidly, but seem to be going at about the same speed now. So hopefully no issues with the car there.
And we have a new car on track. It's a car from Esslingen. and they were going very rapid already in the first few corners. Clipping a few cones on the way, but I wouldn't be surprised if they are able to challenge the super fast lap times we saw from Munich a bit earlier.
I was trying to take a closer look at the Tsinghua car. They, of course, are trying to catch Nürnberg. Maybe they can get a blue flag. They weren't all that much faster than them as they were closing distance. I'm not sure if the front wing is bottoming out because it is getting ever so slightly closer to the ground than intended in static conditions.
Esslingen is closing in on Hanover fast. They will soon be overtaking them with slingshot. And Lund is driving very spectacularly, drifting through every corner and also clipping a few cones. So this driver is having a bit too much fun, I think. Blue flag for Hanover, and Esslingen flies past. I hope this can be a clean run, clean lap from Esslingen now, because I'm very curious to see what pace they have in store for us. Across the line goes Hanover. I think this is for their driver change, if I'm not mistaken. So a successful first stint by them. Huge bottoming out by Tsinghua here in Broken Greens. Also again in Horseshoe. So they set up their car a bit too low or too soft. Okay, everyone's bottoming out.
Yeah, it's something we report on regularly. It's one of the quirks of the FSG track. The infield section, as we call it, is basically a parking lot. Yeah, there's lots of drainage channels in here that make this track very undulating, and that's causing a lot of bumpiness and off-camber corners. And yeah, some cars are just not quite set up right for this. I think you were taking a brief look at the time. Lund is definitely having fun out there. Is it actually fast?
Yes and no, but a lot quicker is Esslingen. They just did a 74 lap time, which is 4 seconds quicker than the quickest we've seen so far from Munich. And they're now about to overtake the Lund car. So Lund's in the blue zone. I don't think either car lost too much time. But yeah, super fast Esslingen car. And again, bottoming out by both Hawks and Tsinghua.
Yeah, it looked there for a second like the Taiwanese car was going to catch up to Hamburg. But now in the last couple of corners before the finish line, that gap has extended significantly again. So I don't think the Tsinghua driver able to extract all the performance out of this car that he would like. Now Esslingen is coming up to the back of Nürnberg in the horseshoe again. Lund is joining that party as well. Blue flags for Nürnberg, fortunately, so that Esslingen and Lund can squeeze by.
Yeah, the Lund driver is really overdriving that car, in my opinion. They're not so fast. It was an 84, 85. So I hope the Lund driver now has some time to take notes from the Esslingen driver how he is so quick on this track.
Yeah, it can be a lot easier if you have a car to follow in front. But yeah, they're quickly losing track of Esslingen. The gap is now already easily 50 meters again. They were definitely not driving quite as clean, Lund, that is, collecting a couple of cones here or there in this lap already.
The car from Esslingen does seem to be slowing down quite a bit now. At least in the corners.
Apparently there are some rumors that Esslingen has some dry ice in or on the sides of their car and losing some parts of it on the track. Not sure where those bits come from. Lund, meanwhile, rebuilding the straight here slightly, collecting a set of cones, I think about 4 cones. Sometimes a straight can be difficult, of course, certainly in this heat. They did improve though. I think this might also be their first clean lap again after being stuck in traffic for a bit. An 82.7. And Esslingen also, but they probably got stuck a bit slower now on a 78. Let's hope they can get a clean run again.
Nürnberg comes in for the driver change. They just got the checkered flag. So yeah, they are out of the way, let's say, a little bit of the cars. They were significantly slower than the other 4 that we have on track. I just keep thinking about this dry ice call that we're hearing on the officials channel for Esslingen. I just now saw what basically looks like a piece of paper fly out the back. Maybe it's not quite the chunks of dry ice that we would see. I'm pretty sure that if it was actually dry ice in the car, that would be not quite in the intent of the rules. You might see them collect it or use something like this in the queue to keep the car cool, but during driving I would hope that they don't have this substance on board.
Yeah, I did see the marshal pick up a white chunk of something out of the track just now. I'm not sure what it is. I think it's dry ice in the paper with the tire, I'm not sure. But I don't see any administrative action being taken against the car from Esslingen, so it must not be something that is unsafe to have. Car number 101 from Hanover, meanwhile, has made their way out of the driver change, just completing the first lap of their second stint. Esslingen is currently behind them, so we'll probably see the flag being raised soon.
Tsinghua almost missed the corner there after the big straight into the infield. So luckily they got it all together and only kept a few cones. Renstal now on the back of Hanover, but no blue flag given. So maybe Esslingen should be a bit closer then, but I don't think it's nice that we incentivize drivers to go closer. Blue flag now for Hanover, so Esslingen can get past.
Yeah, Lund is rapidly catching the back of Tsinghua. I think we'll have a blue flag action again. The driver is sort of getting less and less in control of the car, in the sense that he is sliding around a lot more than in the initial run. And that was a cone that was flicked from Lund towards the Tsinghua car. The driver reacting with rapid brake action to avoid that cone, and that made him slide out very briefly out of the overtaking lane.
Yeah, the Lund driver is also driving a bit red-headed, I'm afraid. He was also waving in anger that the blue flag was not being given a bit earlier. This is the last step for this driver. Hopefully the second driver can drive a little bit more controlled, let's say. See marshals running for what I think is the Hawks car. It is coming to a halt at just before entering the F1 track. Esslingen is moving fast, yellow flags, almost losing control because of it slamming on the brake. But this is not looking too bright for the Hawks car. I don't see any movement yet from the driver. And as we say, Lund is entering the pits for the driver change. So let's see how the second driver, what his attitude is and his driving style.
Yeah, Nürnberg is just returning from the place that Lund just went into. They're back for the second half of their endurance.
Yeah, the yellow flag situation still continuing. Must still be scrambled. what I think are bottoming out sounds from Essling, not even on the bumpy sections.
Yeah, the car looks pretty twitchy to drive. I'm not sure if this is something that developed over the course of the run. Nevertheless, the last lap sign is being readied for them. So it could also just be driver fatigue.
I think it's Hanover coming to a standstill. The driver moved away from the racing line. This was, I guess, the second lap-ish, or a bit more, maybe third lap already from the second driver. Hopefully they can get it restarted. I do still see the high voltage light flashing, and away they go again, luckily for Hanover.
Yeah, not going again is going to be Hawks Hamburg. We saw them being pushed off into the nearest dynamic area exit, unfortunately. So yeah, this has been it for them in the endurance, unfortunately.
And going for the first time, Vienna has now joined us on the endurance track. Now we see a couple of cars going a little bit slower than they were at first. Bloomberg, Tsinghua, not extremely rapidly. Hanover does seem to have found their power again and are going quickly. Esslingen as well.
Last lap sign now also ready for Tsinghua. I think that driver is going to be glad that he can step out of that car and let somebody else take the wheel. This looks pretty tough to drive for them.
A little bit of bad luck for Esslingen as they got caught in Nuremberg without the blue flag, but they will be called in the pit anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. A blue flag unfortunately given for Nuremberg, but Esslingen went into the pit, so this is a bit of an odd situation.
The Nuremberg driver, yes, they do understand that nobody will be overtaking, so they don't slow down, which is good.
Wow, Hanover suddenly found an incredible amount of speed on that straight. They were a little bit more conservative, but now the driver found the unlock code of the car, and they're up to speed again.
Yeah, Tsinghua also seems to have sped up on their final lap. Vienna, meanwhile, do seem to be going more conservatively, definitely than we saw in the autocross from them. But they have been going that way from the very start, so most likely an intentional strategy to make sure they finish the line.
Yeah, the Tsinghua car, indeed, the driver is struggling a bit, keeping it in a straight line. The car really wants to go to the right-hand side. Depends a bit probably if it's on accelerating or braking. So maybe they are missing one or two motors, but across the line, a successful first stint for them. And they're about to make a driver change.
Yeah, a car that I'm not sure we've talked about. Wien has caught up to Nuremberg in their second lap already. They provided a little bit of information in the commentary column. Thank you. Their goal is to tickle the top, I guess. So let's see if they can actually make that happen. First couple of laps, especially now that they're stuck for quite a while behind Nuremberg, are not going to be indicative of their pace just yet.
Lund, meanwhile, did make it out of the driver change, starting their second stint, looking pretty aggressive from the get-go. Nuremberg did get shown the blue flag, so Vienna now free to unleash the power of the car a little bit more. But still, they do seem to be driving pretty conservatively. I'm not sure if there's a power limiter installed or if it's just the driver trying to be a little more gentle. But definitely not the same aggression we saw from them earlier at FSG26.
I'm reading on a little bit in the Vienna response, and I do share their sentiment. They want to give a shout out to the other BMW sister teams of AMZ Munich Motorsport, and especially they're looking forward for a Dresden run. I did briefly see them in the queue. Igor, maybe you can give us an update.
No, indeed. Looking at the queue, I think for the in-order runners, there's only car number 227 from Bern left. But for the out-of-order queue, we see car number 29 from Madras, 48 from Bilbao, 78 from Hamburg, 77 from DHBL Stuttgart, and behind them indeed car number 59 from Dresden.
And it almost looks like a whole new car on track, but it is a car from Lund, but driven in a completely different style. The second driver is very smooth, is clearly also trying to save some energy. I do hope there's still a bit of rubber on that tires, because the first driver was smashing it quite a bit.
Yeah, back from driver change is Esslingen. They are waiting at the green flag for Wien to gain some distance. By the way, for the uninitiated, the reason that we're looking forward to Dresden is because they had a calamity at their last competition with a car fire, and they've been able to join us here for the endurance after many days of scrutiny.
Esslingen being released back on track. Sometimes you wonder, do they change strategy? Do they go more into energy saving mode? But definitely not for Esslingen. They are pushing again. And let's see if the second driver can match the top time from the first driver.
Back from driver change is Tsinghua, car number 68. Glad to see them back. And yeah, now we have 5 cars out on track, even 6 with Nürnberg, who was hiding for a second there. Yeah, this is what we alluded to. This is why the endurance is so fun to watch. Multiple cars out on track. I think I even heard calls on the radio to race control about how do we feel about 7 cars. That usually is determined by how even the track is used. We want to avoid too many of them bunching up at the same time.
Lund is already matching the times from the first driver. So that is quite interesting to see 2 completely different styles, but a similar pace nonetheless. Esslingen will be catching Vienna soon. Might be already here on the F1 track. Not quite, but Vienna, yeah, they've been given the blue flag. So Esslingen will lose no time on that, but Vienna also actually with a decent pace. Although they are managing some energy, the last lap was at 84.8.
Yeah, the reason we're alluding to saving energy is, of course, that the teams are free to pick whatever size accumulator they want to stuff in the back of their car here. Smaller accumulator means a lighter car, but that might also mean that you need to do some energy saving, especially towards the end of the endurance. Strategy and design super free for the Formula Student category. We'd love to see that, but yeah, that also results in some very different endurance strategies. Blue flags again for Nürnberg as Tsinghua and Lund approach. I think they will be held for both cars. Yes, indeed. More passes. Nürnberg struggling out there.
Nice active DRS from the Vienna car on every straight, driver enabling it to save some energy, of course. Meanwhile, Lund passing by Tsinghua, I think, just on the other side of the track.
And Esslingen past Nürnberg.
We see a last lap time being prepared. Actually, I do not know for which car, potentially Hanover.
Yeah, this should be Hannover right now. Sign is up, the finger is out. 1 more lap for Hannover.
Esslingen now at the back of Tsinghua. I think they both took another line through the slalom, which is always a bit funny because then you're out of sync with the car in front. Tsinghua going ever so slowly through Horseshoe. So Esslingen will lose a bit of time, but hopefully they do get a blue flag, yes, and Esslingen will be allowed to drive past.
Yeah, while Esslingen is a faster car clearly than most of the other ones out on track right now, this is of course a consequence of the way the endurance running order works. If you don't manage to squeeze the absolute most out of your car in the autocross, then this is going to be what you get in terms of being stuck and having to deal with lots of blue flags of the slower cars out on track with you.
Hanover, apologies, Jonas. Just Hanover is in the last few corners here, through Horseshoe. Then we have Slingshot. And then only one straight and one braking zone remaining for their final meters of the endurance.
Released just ahead of them, though, is the last runner in the normal running order. Bern joins us on track. And Hannover leaves the track with the checkered flag. This is their endurance complete. Well done, Hannover.
Lund now improving on their best time with 82.6. So they are absolutely flying at the moment.
Oh, we're hearing bad news. Car number 227, which would be Bern, is already out of the running with an AMS error. That's super unfortunate. They managed to get about 3 turns into their endurance and are already being pushed away. That's super unfortunate to see.
Yeah, that's what we were discussing before a bit as well. These accumulators are charged to the max. If you then brake on your motors, there is a possibility that you go over the maximum voltage, triggering the AMS. So that is something we see a bit more often, unfortunately, that one of the electric cars comes to a halt after the first or second corner.
Yeah, you really need to tell your driver to avoid hard braking the first couple of laps. 600 volts is the absolute limit that the batteries are allowed to have. And the systems of the car need to be programmed such that if you exceed that voltage, it does throw an AMS error, which the driver himself cannot reset intentionally so. Yeah, maybe just too hard braking from Bern.
Indeed, hard braking can be very hard braking.
Yes, with Bern out of the running, this means that we are now into the out-of-order running part of the morning session here. We have Madras behind them, car number 143, car number 48, car number 78, 77, and many more cars actually looking to run out of order in this morning session still.
Last lap time given to the Vienna car, that is for their driver change. And they are going quicker and quicker and quicker. They just did their best lap time of an 84 is the Vienna car.
Right then, first out of order runner out on track.
Oh no, is that a suspension failure or something from Lund? We hear a big scraping noise and the car coming to a halt. They do seem to continue. But somewhere maybe the left rear has failed.
I think the front wing is scraping along the ground, especially front left.
Yeah, there is wheels raising up into the air. This definitely indicates a suspension failure.
Yeah, maybe the front right. Sorry.
Yeah, front right. You're right.
I think the marshals might allow them to get as safely as possible back into the driver change area. Meatball flag is indeed being prepared. Not sure what the driver is insisting on pushing still. Maybe they're a little bit less aware of the situation.
Yeah, this is not great now. The driver's sliding out in the last couple of chicanes here before the finish flag. They're getting meatballed. They have multiple cones stuck on the car and yeah, definitely some sort of failure. Wien joins them for their regular stop though.
Wow, what a drama. And they really, Vienna almost not coming to a stop here at the end of the big straight. Rebuilding the track completely. Luckily they managed to find their way to the pits. Also sneaking under us was the car from Madras, I think, 293, who also started their endurance.
Yeah, I think judging by their on-track position, Esslingen must have already gotten a blue flag on them. They're still pushing pretty hard. Madras is going a more pedestrian pace.
Yeah, we should have a couple of cars finishing very, very close to each other. Nürnberg has 2 laps to go. Esslingen has 3 and Tsinghua has 4. And I think maybe that is why the officials are ready to let the next car onto the track, car number 143 from Diepholz.
Quite a bit of spacing now between the cars, so with a bit of luck and they can do a few laps without needing to do any overtakes.
Yeah, We might even see an additional car based on the slots available. I see the last lap sign being readied for what must be Nürnberg. They've been out there for ages, really just trying to crawl along. But hey, finishing the endurance gains you infinitely more points than not. So I'm glad that they always manage to keep it going.
And we have Inspector Mickey coming back with a report on the Lund car. And it does appear that it was a push rod failure on the right-hand side of the car. So unfortunately, that was the cause of their DNF earlier in the endurance.
Yeah, that also means that we won't see them out on track anymore, unfortunately.
Last lap sign being prepared for Esslingen. And this is the final lap of their endurance, and still pushing on.
Lining up on the start line, car number 48 from Bilbao University of Basque Country. Well, in Nuremberg now, we thought they were coming to a halt, but it is actually just a blue flag being shown to led by Tsinghua and Esslingen, and Nuremberg does get going further. They are, of course, on their last lap, same as Esslingen.
Yeah, Esslingen now stuck behind the slower Tsinghua in front of them. I think it would have been nice had they been waved into the same overtaking zone as Nürnberg. But that also would have created a bit of an issue since Nürnberg is a lot slower than even Tsinghua.
Yeah, bad luck for Esslingen, but on the other hand, it doesn't matter too much. This is their last lap anyway. They still will be waved the blue flag is Tsinghua, but immediately Esslingen will catch up with Madras. But the checkered flag for Esslingen, and they successfully complete the endurance in FSG 2026. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, I think this was the most struggle. Nürnberg gets the checkered flag as well. They are making it across the line. I'm really glad to see that we didn't have to have an announcement about more problems for Nürnberg.
And Esslingen currently setting the benchmark again, a lot quicker than the previous finisher, being Bilzen, more than 130 seconds quicker in total time.
Wien is back from their driver change. They are ready at the green flag. I think we'll just wait a little bit for Diepholz to clear some space out on track.
And there goes Vienna starting their second stint. And the car is still not looking quite as aggressive, so it does seem to be needed some sort of lower power mode just to make sure that the car is able to finish all 18 laps.
Yeah, but despite the low power mode, they're actually pretty quick. In their previous, I think their best lap was around low 80 and 82.8, so they are driving quite well, but indeed managing the energy clearly.
I'm just looking at the Bilbao car. I think they have a similar strategy to Washington, who we saw driving here much earlier today. Their DRS is open, or at least it might be mechanically locked open this way. I don't think this would be related to their T-cell visibility like with Washington, but still an interesting approach, maybe for energy saving.
We have one more car lined up at the start line. The next out-of-order runner to join us will be car number 78 from Hamburg.
And last lap sign for Tsinghua. So this is the final lap of their endurance. Oh no, and Madras is coming to a halt here in Horseshoe. Diepholz and Vienna are waiting to get cleared by the marshals. Let's hope that Madras is able to restart. I see a green T-cell that can be good and bad, but it's blinking red again, so the driver seems to have been able to restart it. And off they go, luckily for Madras. Blue flag for Diepholz in the meantime as Vienna comes by.
Yeah, there's another car that stopped just before coming into the slalom section. I believe that would be car number...
That's Bilbao.
That is Bilbao.
In wings, indeed. They're stuck. Good sportsmanship, by the way, from the driver from Madras. He pulled off the track knowing that he might need some time to restart. That allowed the other two cars to pass quite nicely under yellow flags. Hamburg about to join us. I think they will be let onto the track just ahead of the struggling Bilbao. Oh, we have another stop from Madras. That's a slightly more awkward position than last time around. The yellow flags are ready, and I think that's the reason that Hamburg is not let out onto the track just yet. Madras getting going again, and Hamburg out onto the track for the start of their endurance. They immediately come to a stop though. This might get awkward. Tsinghua is ready for their black flag. Hamburg is clearing away. Yeah, indeed, black and white. Important extra information. Tsinghua, you're done with your endurance. Congratulations, you made it across the line. Well done.
Hamburg also stalling and getting going once again. I think we saw a similar thing from Göttingen, and once more Hamburg is stopping under braking. I think it might indeed be the issue Jonas described a couple of times. Supercharged accumulator not quite having any more room for recharging under braking.
Yeah, but to be honest, the braking that Hamburg did into the first chicane here after the start line wasn't hard enough to really cause that, in my opinion, unless they really charged it up to 599.99 volts before they started the endurance run here.
I actually had a chat with them this morning asking if they were able to resolve their issues.
Sorry, Matti, I'll interrupt for a second. Madras stopped in the overtaking area. I'm not sure if that was intentional. Yes, it was. Just being stopped a little bit ahead of time by the marshals.
Yeah, so Hamburg had some issues already in autocross where the car was continuously being triggered, the shutdown circuit. And as we say, Madras again coming to a halt, blocking deep holes a little bit. Let's see if they can restart again. Hopefully deep holes can get past. They can, but hopefully they won't lose too much time. But yeah, looks like Hamburg did not manage to resolve the issues that they also had on autocross. I do not see them driving, so...
No, still a crowd of officials around them. They're stuck behind the grandstand such that we can't see that very particular corner of the track. Hearing some chatter about car number 78. Of course, the usual approach would be that once a set of cars is lapped you while you're stationary, you might be removed.
I believe that is indeed a DNF for car number 78. They're no longer on the active endurance run list. And I do indeed see them in the DNF section. So unfortunately, that is a DNF for 78 Hamburg. Madras is coming to a halt right in front of us here at the race control tower. The tractor system discharging once again.
Yeah, definitely a yellow flag situation just ahead of the finish line. Bilbao and Wien are going to join us here, and the officials already ready to wave them past.
Complex situation as well, because Vienna is catching up with Bilbao, but they'll have to wait a bit because of the yellow flag situation here.
Yeah, and unfortunately the marshals responsible for the blue flags for the next overtaking zone that could wave Bilbao out are busy to help them past Madras.
And I think they might hold off with Madras just for a second because car number 77 is lined up at the start. DHBW Stuttgart. Let's see how the marshals will resolve it. Will they remove the Madras car first or allow car number 77 to start? They do allow DHBW Stuttgart to join us on the track.
Yeah, that car from DHBW Stuttgart can be very fast, also often driven in anger, so we do expect some spectacle from them.
Yeah, this already looked extremely darty, gotta be honest, into the first couple of corners. So hey, maybe they'll give Esslingen a run for their money in terms of top time so far. Madras is still stationary. We now have depots coming up on the scene. Yeah, we're basically building a new track diversion here. It's not like that's going to be faster, but yeah, Madras has now been stationary for quite a while.
Yeah, I think if Madras is unable to get going once Vienna passes them once more, they will unfortunately be asked to retire the car.
hearing some calls for car 143 with a static brake light out on track. That is safety critical in the sense that you want the cars behind to not be surprised by sudden braking maneuvers if the brake light is not functional. However, if the brake is just dragging, then that would also indicate that they might be struggling to have enough energy in the tank to finish the endurance outright.
Yeah, and struggling is also DHBW Stuttgart. They also suffering from a very sensitive throttle pedal or an irregular torque demand. I saw them jittering by here in the horseshoe. Hopefully the driver can get control of the situation.
We heard Madras will be given one last try to restart the car. There is a bit of a lull in the action as Dean gets past the defaults with a blue flag. And I believe that is unfortunately it for Madras. The officials are now pushing the car off the track. Unfortunately, DNF car number 293.
Yeah, good to see that we can restore the normal track driving line here. Wien is going to be catching this area soon. That was just cleared by Madras.
I think there is a meatball flag being prepared for 143, that is deep holds, for what seems to be a static brake light, as you were just explaining the importance of the brake light.
Yeah, indeed, you can see it's on all the time. I'm going to go down and investigate.
The car is also moving considerably slower, so it could have been some sort of issue with the brake. We are hearing big cheers from out in the stands. Not 100% sure what they're motivated by. Could be that one of the cars has successfully passed post-routineering after finishing the endurance.
I think it's because Dresden is on the right side of us. They are ready to be released on track. Wow, that would be quite a story. And off they go with a lot of wheel spin is E59, and a big round of applause, because they managed to revive that car from the fire in what I think was FSG, and they managed to show up here again on endurance only a few weeks later. Impressive stuff by them. We even saw it in the commentary form, a lot of teams doing like a shout out, wishing that we could see Dresden drive here on FSG, and wow, what a sight.
And immediately car number 51 from Kent will also be allowed to join the track. So the action picking up once more. We have 4 cars out on track at the moment, 5th one about to join. And default still being investigated for that static brake light. Gent does get going.
Yeah, quick update from down here in the driver change area. Deep Pulse's brake pedal seems to be intermittently working. The driver now getting out of the car. But it looks like the second driver is going to step in. Not quite sure what is going on at the moment.
I think they're 1 lap too early though for the pit, unless the scrutineers decide that they make this a driver change. That would be pretty unique. Driver from Dresden, meanwhile, doing some lift and coast, so they are managing their energy, but the car does look quick in the corners. And across the line for their first lap is Dresden, and the team is extremely happy about it, and rightly so. We also had Gent as a new car on track. They started off here on the straight with one big wheel spin Fiesta. Hopefully the driver can get it under control now for the rest of the endurance. And Flying Bios is the team from Vienna. This looks quicker and quicker every lap, and in fact this is now their last lap, so the driver gets to enjoy it one more. And yes, in the previous lap he did set his best lap time with an 80.0.
Yeah, quick update about Deep Pulse. The brake light is working to the officials' satisfaction, but indeed we're 2 laps down for the first driver.
I'm seeing yellow flags being waved just before the transition back to the infield. We can't quite see from our position what is the cause of it. It is definitely not Dresden, DHBW or Bilbao. It could potentially be the car from Gent. Unfortunately, our vision here is a little bit obscured by the timing board.
Good news for Deepulse though, the officials are willing to make the deal that the second driver will just extend the stint slightly beyond the normal 9 laps.
And we also have car number 149 from Erlangen joining us on the track. The yellow flag situation at the transition to the infield is still ongoing. I am pretty sure that it is the car from Ghent, but in the meanwhile, car number 141 from Vienna crossing the finish line and finishing their endurance run.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Vienna. I think given the amount of power and torque they were driving, the amount of energy they were using, they were going very quick. So I think maybe that's a team to watch out for efficiency scoring.
Yeah, I need to retract my previous statement. I do see the car from Ghent driving out on the track, but the yellow flags are still being waved. And I think whoever it was, they did manage to get going. It might have actually been Dresden, because I do see them transitioning back to the infield right now, but they are going, which is lovely to see.
Yeah, just based on willpower, screaming this car forward is also something that I would have done as a team member. Seeing how much they had to replace in the back of that car, the inner skin, motor controller parts, accumulator parts, this is super nice seeing them return to the track. Of course, the only dynamic event they are able to participate in. They missed all the other ones for a multitude of reasons, but yeah, keep going, Dresden.
Car from Bilbao just crossed the finish line and were sent into the pits. And as I say, DHBW Stuttgart actually coming to a halt here just in front of the paddock. We have, I think it's Erlangen and Dresden navigating the way past. And DHBW Stuttgart gets going again.
Yeah, unclear what happened there that caused them to stop. I'm not sure if they had any other stoppages also out on track in the session so far.
Yeah, not that I have seen, but they had a very jittery throttle pedal. Not sure if that's any related to. And there's another car stopped. I'm afraid that's the Dresden car because Erlangen is still driving. Just in front of the big grandstands, Dresden has come to a halt, and DHBW Stuttgart is led by.
Deepulse, meanwhile, is led back out onto the track. The brake light is not static anymore. It doesn't seem like the brake pedal. So it seems whatever issue they might have had has now been resolved.
Yeah, quick reminder, Deepulse is going to extend their second driver stint to match the 18 laps overall. This was a slight miscommunication here in the driver change area.
Now coming to a halt here just in front of us on the straight. The driver is trying to restart the car.
And failing so, we saw it switch from green to red very briefly and then back to green again.
But back going to flashing red, so I think the driver did a successful...
Nope.
I said,
Erlangen is coming up on the scene, as well as the DHBW Stuttgart. Yellow flags out for both of them.
That's pretty nice actually that the Ghent car is standing there, because the cars can go past via the blue zone. Ghent just got going when Stuttgart arrived.
And Dresden, meanwhile, did manage to get going again as well. Just now overtaking the car from Deepulse.
Stuttgart on the rear of Ghent at the moment. I would expect that Ghent will get the blue flag. Before that, actually, Ghent is coming to a halt again just before the grandstands, and Stuttgart is a bit stuck behind them.
Yeah, they just came slightly too close. We're a little bit surprised by how quickly Ghent stopped in the end. But I think blue flags should be ready for Ghent either way, so that Stuttgart can get past them.
And there's a green flag being prepared for car number 171 from Mannheim. And if Bilbao comes out of the pits soon, I think we will see for the first time 7 cars on the track concurrently.
I see marshals running. That's not a good sign. What car is it? It's just at the other end of the track that we can barely see.
Based on the cars that I can see, it might be Dresden again stuck in the Nordkurve section. Deepulse being waved past them, whichever car it is.
It is unfortunately Dresden. The marshals are standing around the car. I can't quite make out if they're pushing it off the track. The driver is still trying to restart it. I don't see a flashing red light just yet. Now we do. The car does manage to get going again.
Another car coming to a standstill. I think that might be Deepholz.
Yes, it was Deepholz indeed.
Luckily they get going again. So this is the second driver. He will have to do one lap more than the previous driver.
Mannheim has now been given the green flag, car number 171, but going at a very conservative pace. If they do the entire endurance run that way, we might be here for a couple minutes.
Yeah, this looks very Nürnberg-esque, this pace from Mannheim.
It seems car number 59 from Dresden has once again come to a halt in the transition to the infield.
Yeah, and Erlangen is being held up by Deepholz as we speak. Luckily they are approaching a blue zone. So Deepholz will get into the blue zone. Erlangen will be led by, as happens now.
Bilbao is about to be led onto the track as well, as Dresden does get the car going once more.
Yeah, it looked like the high voltage system was discharged from Dresden. I'm not sure if that was also the cause for the other issues. Really understandable though that there are still some gremlins left in this freshly rebuilt high voltage system.
So there we go, 7 cars out on track at the same time. If we look at the queue, Jonas, is that it for the out-of-order runners, or can we expect some more?
Meanwhile, Bilbao is back on track, and Stuttgart has been given the last lap sign for this driver. Unfortunately, Dresden is coming to a halt again just in front of us here in Horseshoe.
I think we can expect a few more order runners. I still see Düsseldorf, Regensburg, Aristotle and Lisbon that might join us. They are not on the list for the afternoon running session.
Dresden, unfortunately, still at a standstill in the Horseshoe. The driver is trying their best to get the car going again. They still have a little bit of time before anybody comes up to them. We do see yellow flags being waved now. This car number 149 from Erlangen was about to approach, but immediately they have a suspension failure, judging by the sound of it, and they also pull off the track.
Yeah, the rear left is looking to be hanging at an extremely awkward angle. Man, that's really unfortunate. But yeah, yet another occurrence of the rear suspension not being able to hold on from another team.
Yeah, Mickey, looking through his binoculars, thinks that it may be the front right wheel, and we do have a train of 4 cars now passing between the 2 stranded cars from Erlangen and Dresden. Those are 171 from Mannheim, 77 from Stuttgart, Deepholz and Bilbao. And the 5th car also navigating to that section, but also coming to a standstill, car number 51 from Ghent. We'll see how the marshals try to resolve that, what the driver can do. The car from Dresden still trying to restart. Mannheim being shown the blue flag as DHBW Stuttgart comes in for the driver change.
Yeah, Ghent gets going again. We had a double blockage there out on track from the suspension failure and in Ghent for a while. It's getting hectic out here, guys.
Yeah, we had 3 stalled cars in the span of 50 meters. And then a train of 4 cars behind Mannheim. Wow, what a chaotic end of the morning session this is.
Yeah, Mickey confirms now that it is the front right of the car from Erlangen that has suffered a suspension failure. Dresden still trying to get restarted. I think the marshals are understandably being a little bit more lenient on the struggles the team had to go through to get the car driving in the first place here at FSG. But I think if all 4 currently mobile cars out on track pass them again, that might be it for Dresden. Car number 51 from Ghent stopping just at the start of the Nordkurve out in the Formula 1 section of the track. They do manage to get going again. Erlangen now being pushed away from the track by the marshals, so the yellow flags are now just for the Dresden car.
Yeah, we still have Dresden stuck. I think now the train of cars that was so nicely motioned past them has caught them for a second time. time might be running out for them.
Yeah, I think the marshals are more or less reaching the end of the grace period that they can give. But for first, car number 171 from Mannheim comes to a standstill just before the slalom section. Car number 51 from Ghent being waved through. Dresden still not quite giving up. The marshals also not giving up on the car just yet. We do have car number 73 from Düsseldorf lining up on the start line. And now as Ghent is being waved through, some final checks from Dresden. Car number 171 from Mannheim is also still being checked to see if they can get going again.
Yeah, and suddenly silence kind of returns to the track.
And unfortunately, I think that might be it for Dresden. I saw some very definitive hand signs being made by the marshals. And the car from Dresden is now going to be pushed off the track. An unfortunate end for them, but still an incredible achievement to have gotten the car together and have gotten it driving at all here at FSG. Congratulations to Dresden for their incredible achievement. Unfortunately, they will not be able to complete the endurance though this year.
Valiant effort though, indeed. My heart goes out to them. Having rebuilt this car so far, I was really hoping that they would make it all the way through.
And Mannheim now also being pushed definitively off the track by the marshals. That will be a DNF as well for car number 171. All of a sudden a pretty high attrition rate here at the track. But 4 cars still driving along. Deports, Bilbao, Ghent and Düsseldorf. And now
returning from driver change.
Returning from the driver change indeed. Just as I said, 4 cars were driving. Car from Ghent, number 51, does once again come to a stop. It does seem that the marshals could be looking at the mechanical components.
Yeah, not the first time that we've seen them stop out of track. Now we're hearing they're trying to restart. I don't think it's a mechanical failure for Ghent. Yet again, they are carrying some sort of gremlin in their powertrain that causes them to have to stop every now and then. 2 cars now coming up on the scene. I think that's not Mannheim. They're stopped.
Bilbao. They have the Stuttgart. Ghent does now manage to get going.
They have Stuttgart now caught up with Bilbao. Let's see if they will be given the overtake, although I'm not 100% sure which of the 2 cars is faster, because Bilbao also carries some speed with them. But I do think they are close enough. And the blue flag is given to the team from Bilbao.
And the driver from Dresden coming back now, and I think there are some cheers being heard from the stands for the Dresden driver, deservedly so. Once again, very valiant effort and a great achievement by the Dresden team.
Yeah, Düsseldorf team members were also cheering on the car every lap that it passed by so far. So I think they are just happy to see the car driving again. Bit of an unfortunate situation. They were being released out of the overtaking area into the path of Bilbao, slightly too soon with the green flag there. I hope Bilbao will get to squeeze past in the next overtaking lane here.
Yeah, the ABB Stuttgart meanwhile has been released and looking much more quick now. And we have car number 62 from Regensburg joining us on the track as well. So once again, 5-6 active runners.
Yeah, but Stuttgart really has some pace now in the car and looks quite a bit quicker than the first stint. I think it will be very hard to see a proper lap from them, given that there are quite some other cars on track. Although with a bit of luck, the DHB Stuttgart driver now has at least 1 lap of clean air in front of him.
Yeah, just as a reminder, I think the last 2 cars that will join us here on track are 111 from Aristotle and the 50 from Lisbon.
Actually, the previous lap of DHB Stuttgart was already 77 seconds, and is that them stopping and the driver getting out?
I think it is. I think unfortunately it is DHB Stuttgart with an AMS error just before the transition to the outfield section. Very unfortunate for car number 77 from Stuttgart. That will be a DNF.
And Ghent makes it.
In the driver change.
Yeah, not the first AMS error we've had here out on track. Our usual theory doesn't apply though. They were well into their endurance, so it must have been some sort of other issue than overcharge in the accumulator that befell DHBW Stuttgart here.
And DHBW Stuttgart will be replaced out on track almost immediately by car number 111 from Aristotle University. So green flag for car number 111 from Aristotle. They are looking a little bit tentative in the first couple of corners. The driver just finding their footing. Could be that the car is also not relaxing the power setting, and so for a couple of others. So in terms of cars out on the track, Diefholz and Bilbao both have 4 laps to go. 3 now for Bilbao. We have Ghent in the pit. Düsseldorf with 16 laps to go, Regensburg with 17, Aristotle that just joined us, a full 18 laps still to run.
Yeah, I was just making a comment to my colleagues here. What a session it has been. I have since we have seen quite a lot of out of order running here, and the session has gone on slightly longer than originally scheduled. I have a quick update. Roughly from the point when this closes, so probably when Lisbon has made it all the way through their endurance, we'll have at least a 45-minute lunch break here for everybody out on track, and then we will continue with the afternoon session. Roughly 45 minutes. Beyond that, maybe we're aiming at around 2 for the afternoon to start.
Car number, sorry Jonas, I saw you were about to talk, but car number 111 has stalled but did manage to get going again just before the start line. So Aristotle continuing on their drive. Go ahead.
Yes, indeed. Another piece of information from Christian running the behind the scenes of this event. For all teams that have cars that were recovered out on track and are now stuck, all teams that have cars stuck on track, you will be able to recover this after the morning session, so after Lisbon, presumably as the last car joining us, has finished their session. Please do so before the afternoon session starts, because otherwise your car will be stuck out there for many hours longer than necessary.
Blue flag being waited for car number 111 from Aristotle. They seem to have slowed down just a little bit more than when they first got out on the track. Bilbao now passing by. Regensburg, meanwhile, does seem to be speeding up before it's maintaining a steady pace.
I was casting my eyes into the driver change area and was shocked to see the Ghent car actually having the nose taken off. It might be the case that this was a necessary measure to adjust the pedals such, but yeah, usually you would expect teams to have a little hatch in the nose panel to be able to do this. Doesn't seem like the team is too concerned about the fact of having to take half the car apart.
No, indeed, it did look a bit odd. Mickey and I were also looking at it. The car suddenly looked twice as long, but indeed it seems to be their design to change the pedal box this way.
Car number 111 from Aristotle slowing down considerably once more.
Yeah, they are really giving the recovery teams a run for their money out there right now. Last lap is out for Bilbao. Come on, one more to go.
quite evenly matched, all these cars at the moment. Defaults, Bilbao, Ghent and Regensburg, they all had a best lap around 90 seconds.
Yeah, as you say that, Matti, car number 73 from Düsseldorf comes to a stop just past the few last corners. The T-Sol is green, but now flashing red again. Let's see if the car manages to set off. Yes, they do. Aristotle, meanwhile, given the blue flag for Regensburg to overtake them, and I think they will hold on. Düsseldorf scraping against the ground, but now sounding okay. As Diefholz does indeed overtake Aristotle, and the car is settled into their own pace once more.
Yeah, Diefholz given the last lap sign, so this is their final lap of the endurance. The driver, remember the second driver did a few more laps than the first one due to some oddities with the brake light. Coming to a halt is...
Düsseldorf, yellow flags in the Nordkurve section. I was going to say, Igor, you say everything sounds fine, but that car already sounded like a broken washing machine as it was driving past us here.
Yeah, I heard that noise as well, but I thought that it started driving normally. And Mickey, with his binoculars, does inform us that it is, unfortunately, one more suspension failure for Düsseldorf as Bilbao crosses the finish line and finishes their endurance. Congratulations, car number 48.
Yeah, congratulations, Bilbao. And yeah, unfortunate for Düsseldorf. We had the team members here right next to us against the fence, cheering the car on every lap that it passes by. At least they managed to show us a few laps of their car out on track.
And how is Ghent doing over in the driver change? I think the time limit might be coming up.
Yeah, I see some discussions with officials. This might be structurally related. I'll go investigate.
Indeed, it is taking a while. The Ghent team has been in the pit for quite a while. And so currently, who do we have on track? We have Düsseldorf, actually just DNF'd, of course. With a suspension failure, Regensburg and Thessaloniki. Regensburg significantly quicker than Thessaloniki.
And car number 143 from Diefholz crosses the finish line and finishes their endurance. They had a bit of an issue with the meatball flag, a stuck red braking light, but they do now finish. Congratulations, Diefholz.
Yeah, bad news for Ghent. We just heard the call over the radio, 5-1 DNF. They could not get the car into ready to drive anymore for whatever reason.
Yeah, we were expecting the Lisbon car, but it is taking a while before we see them here. Now I do see a few thumbs up from the officials, and also the T-Sol light is going on. So hopefully we can see Lisbon on the track in the coming minute. I say coming minutes, but it might only take a few seconds, but because they're already making their way towards the starting line.
It might take a while because Aristotle, I think normally meant to be an ironic nickname, now in fact very reflective of the pace of the car. It is, I don't want to say crawling out on track, but definitely going at a leisurely pace. We do see Dortmund now being retrieved off of the racing line. So two cars driving out on track at the moment, Aristotle and Regensburg, and car number 50 from Lisbon about to get the green flag.
Yeah, Regensburg being significantly quicker than Thessaloniki. Regensburg is lapping at a 92.5 while Thessaloniki is doing 155. So actually over a minute slower than Regensburg.
Lisbon, just having joined us out on track, is falling silent on the transition infield to the Nordkurve. I do see a solid green light, so the car is still on, but they're definitely discharged.
And now queuing behind Thessaloniki is Regensburg. I was just explaining how much quicker Regensburg was. They will have to wait on the infield before the next blue zone. And then hopefully the blue flag will be waved to Thessaloniki, and yes, it does. Into the blue zone they go, and Regensburg is clear again. Given that they're the only two cars on track now, depending on what Lisbon does, Regensburg will have a bit of clean air for the coming laps.
Yeah, there are no fresh cars that will join us here anymore for this morning session. 2 of the 3 out on track are still driving. Lisbon is being pushed away now. They made it a whole 5 or so corners into this endurance run. Absolute heartbreak. Yet again, the FSG endurance track claiming yet another victim. We've had an insanely high attrition rate here this morning so far, and again, now that our last runners are out on track, quick reminder for the teams, if you have a car stuck out on track, please retrieve it once the last 2 runners here have finished. I'd be quite curious to see if they, car number 111 maybe has a little knob on the dashboard with a little turtle and the hair on it. I'm pretty sure that one will be slammed all the way towards the turtle at the moment. They are hopefully still just going to keep this going. Regensburg is still lapping relatively quickly.
Yeah, it is of course the turtle that won the race in the fable here referring to Jonas. So I'm sure if they finish at any pace, Aristotle will be very, very happy indeed. Regensburg still going a little bit faster. Matti.
Yeah, we saw this with other teams as well, that the first stint they take it a bit more cautious, then check how much energy is left, and then maybe can speed it up. I remember the car from Navarra did exactly that strategy as well. Looking at lap times, Regensburg was consistently lapping 94, 92, very quick lap times. This is starting to look just a little bit slower. We'll see they cross the line now. I'm completely wrong. This is actually their quickest lap time so far, 90 on the dot. And this is also the last lap of the first driver.
Yeah, I just took a look. We have 19 cars only that have managed to complete the endurance here this morning. I don't have a handy counter, but just a rough estimate would tell me that, yeah, 47 cars in total that have made an attempt here so far. So yeah, that's almost 2/3 of cars not being able to finish here for one or the other reason.
Yeah, we do have 2 more out on the track, of course, so 49 total attempts. So let's hope we can push the finish counter up to the 21. And for the afternoon session, there are a further 15 or so cars scheduled. 14, in fact.
Before the final 5. That's
Before
of course
the final 5.
The moment that we're all looking forward to. Final 5 fastest cars from Autocross yesterday will join us as the last runner in the afternoon sessions.
And of course, the endurance running order is based on the autocross times, excluding any cones or potential penalties. So the final 5 for endurance is grouped based on the true potential of the car, so to speak, without accounting for any driver mishaps.
Yeah, the Regensburg is coming into the pit. This was the driver Tim Mann. They also call him Mini Manny. And Daniel Lambrecht will get into the car. His nickname is Lambo, so I do expect some speed from him. Their goal was to drive, or is to drive the endurance in the better half of the teams. I think if they can finish it, then they might achieve their goal. And I do also have a fun fact. There is apparently a bit of a story between Wien, so Vienna, and Regensburg, as some of their people did the bachelor in Regensburg and then went on to Vienna for their master. So now they consider themselves as the TU Wien junior team, and it's also written on the rear wing. And Vienna has Regensburg senior team on their rear wing. So that's quite an interesting, cool story.
So looking out onto the track, we just have the car from Aristotle, having a relatively solitary figure. They still have 13 laps to go, but they have been going pretty consistently. And we're just taking a look at the driver change area, and the rear wing of Regensburg does seem to be mounted a little bit more loosely than the scrutineers may be comfortable with.
Yeah, that can sometimes be advantageous for the aerodynamics if it moves a little bit with the suspension. Although if it's that loose, well, you know, we're just commentators. I'll let the scrutineers decide if this is within spec or not.
Yeah, we could see it wiggling quite hard out on the track in the sharper left-hander and right-hander corners. But there did not seem to be any issue with it becoming more loose as the driving went on. So hopefully there's nothing serious going on and they will make their way back onto the track. We do see the second driver being strapped in.
Yeah, I'm taking a look here at the Regensburg rear wing more closely. Top bottom, so in vertical load case, it still looks plenty strong. But from my perspective, the lateral brackets helping to stiffen the assembly left to right have wiggled loose or have actually bent very, very slightly, allowing this slightly excessive movement.
I think we saw something similar from Pilsen earlier in the day, and that was not a disqualifying worthy concern.
But
So
I
hopefully,
have to say the Pilsen rear wing was very stiff, was very sturdy. It was at a very weird angle, but it didn't move anymore. So that's why I think they let it continue. I think for me the question would be, was this already at the start of the endurance the same thing? Or did it change significantly? But there is plenty of time to do these checks. I don't see too much panic or drama actually. So let's hope that means good news for them. Now I see the driver being prepared, checked by the marshal, so by the scrutineer I should say. So that looks good, good signs. So if they can get their car restarted, then we'll hopefully see them again on the track together with Thessaloniki.
I see double thumbs up from the officials, so I think Regensburg will be allowed to do their second stint with the second driver.
Thessaloniki, meanwhile, do seem to still be going at a relatively steady pace.
Yeah, their best lap was 116 seconds. This previous one was 128. They are speeding up a little bit again, clearly handling some kind of temperature or energy related things with that car. And I see Regensburg being driven again back to the starting line. If the coast is clear, which it is, they make their way back on track with the second driver from Regensburg, called nickname Lambo. And Regensburg immediately on the tail of Thessaloniki. Let's see. Yeah, they will definitely be given the blue flags. After this overtake, Thessaloniki will have one more lap left before they make their way into the pit. Blue flag now for Thessaloniki. Fast goes Regensburg.
And one more reminder for all the teams that have their car still stranded out on the track. Once these last two competitors finish their runs, you will be immediately able to pick up your cars. So make sure to do so before the start of the afternoon endurance session.
Based on the current pace of Aristotle, I'm not sure if we're going to have enough time for a 45-minute minimum lunch break before 2 p.m. But what I was talking about here a little bit earlier. How long did their stint last so far?
They had an average lap of 1:40. They did 9 laps. So now we need to calculate. That's 9. That's
about
like
20
2
minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so call it 25, including the 3 minutes that they will have for their driver change, for their second stint as a minimum, based on their current pace. It can always happen that the car cools down slightly while it's stationary, not being driven around for 3 minutes. That might help them a little bit initially for the second stint.
And Regensburg was going super quick in the first stint, and now this second stint looks a bit more conservative. So they did their analysis and came to the conclusion that they had to save a bit more energy or be a bit more conservative on the temperatures. The previous lap was about 10 seconds, a bit more even slower than their best lap time, and they're about to cross the finish line. So I can see if the second driver is improving, or he is improving quite a bit, by 8 seconds even. So now they're only 5 seconds of the pace of the first driver.
So Aristotle just going through the slingshot, slowing down considerably, but still managing to keep going. They're just coming through the last couple of corners, and we're about to see the checkered flag being waved, and Aristotle comes in for the driver change.
Yeah, I'm sure that driver will be relieved. He's wearing a super dark helmet and driver suit as well. He's been really roasted out there, going for quite a while in his stint.
Yeah, this will be a pretty lengthy endurance from them, and at some point also your low voltage can become an issue if things take so long. Of course, I don't know if they have a separate low voltage battery or maybe a DC to DC converter, but this is something that I had in the past as well when there was a very rainy endurance. It also took a lot longer. Then actually the engineers were more concerned about the low voltage battery rather than the high voltage.
Yeah, different teams employing different strategies there. DC-DC, of course, means that basically the low voltage power is taken out of the main tractive battery. Low voltage battery is an entirely separate unit.
And you mentioned the rain, Matti. I think originally we were looking at the forecast for today, and there was some rain allegedly on the horizon around 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, but looking out now, I am not sure that will be the case any longer.
I'll do another research on the weather apps if I have a more accurate update, but indeed, so far it's looking like clear skies.
Yeah, clear track also for Regensburg. I'm glad that we can say it's not going to rain, and it is also slightly cooler than what we've had here the last 3 days. Temperatures north of 35 degrees, felt like 45 to be honest. We were absolutely cooked here, teams and officials alike on the tarmac of the Hockenheimring.
So while Regensburg is taking their time out on the track, Jonas, can you tell us anything about this lovely city? Yeah, Jonas electing to not go into the traditional historical facts reciting, but let's see. Maybe he will change his mind.
So I did a little bit of weatherman action. And it does look like it will rain and even thunderstorm a bit later today, although it looks like it will only be at 4 or 5 o'clock, so that might be just in time that we had all the cars running.
Yeah, especially if we have a similar attrition rate in the much shorter running order of the afternoon session, where if it goes like this, we'll have only a third of the teams actually finishing. Then I would expect that we would make it before the race starts.
Yeah, and Regensburg now very consistently lapping a 95. Not quite as quick as the first driver. I still feel like it's a bit more power or torque limited in this second stint, but yeah, very decent pace from them. And they have the track all to themselves. All the eyes are on this driver at the moment. Yeah, he's driving very cleanly so far.
Thessaloniki are taking a bit of time in the driver change, but the second driver is now in the vehicle, tightening all of the restraints to make sure they are secured in the cockpit. So it does seem like they will be able to continue. But for now, just Regensburg.
Did you know that it is a city in eastern Bavaria at the confluence of the rivers Danube, Naab and Regen?
I did not.
It is in fact the capital of the Upper Palatinate sub-region of the state. With more than 150,000 inhabitants, Regensburg is the fourth largest city in the state of Bavaria after Munich, Nuremberg and Augsburg.
All right, we have Aristotle back out of the track now. Thank you, Jonas, for that little intermission. And I will say, it does seem like remaining stationary and perhaps cooling down a bit did help car number 111 find a little bit more pace now.
Or they told the second driver where that little knob is, and they just turned it clockwise a little bit more towards the hair setting again.
So it does seem like both Regensburg and Thessaloniki are doing kind of similar pace out on track at the moment. Maybe Regensburg is a few seconds faster, but I don't think we expect to see any blue flag situations for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, it's hard to judge the pace from of Regensburg by just looking at the car. Because it is not accelerating as hard as anymore as it was in the first stint, but still the numbers, the times are not lying, and the driver is still consistently lapping 95. Again, going past the finish line, so we can observe again if they're still doing that pace, and yes, they are slightly slower, 96.4, but around the same ballpark. So looks like that's the pace at which they want to finish their endurance.
Yeah, just looking at the overall endurance times from the teams that have finished so far, there's a top three with Renstal Esslinge at 1,420 seconds, Wien at 15:27, and Pilsen at 15:55. Those are the only three so far we have seen below the 1,600 second threshold. And we saw that the goal for Esslinge, for FSG, was to have the fastest endurance time, and so far they are achieving it by quite a healthy margin. And we'll see if any of the afternoon runners will be able to challenge them on that front.
I just saw something interesting happening with the Aristotle car. The driver is sort of taking one hand off the steering wheel on the respective opposite corner of the direction that he was turning into. I'm not sure if that is something to do with the ergonomics of the car, or he was trying to push buttons on the dashboard with the free hand. I think he's trying to will the car on just with hand gestures at this point.
Yeah, hopefully it's not that there is something coming loose that the driver has to hold in place. Regensburg about to cross the line for lap number 16, I believe, and 2 more to go.
Aristotle is significantly slowing down now, just exiting wings ahead of the slalom. They've come to a stop. High voltage is still charged. And they get going again. unfortunately.
Yeah, Igor, you were suggesting that they were a bit quicker. Unfortunately, they're still lapping at around the 130 seconds pace.
Yeah, I feel like they had a few faster laps when they just got out of the driver change, but indeed they have been slowing down pretty continuously throughout this second leg. Regensburg, meanwhile, I think have kept a pretty consistent pace around those 96 seconds that you mentioned, Matti. Aristotle does unfortunately come to a halt again just at the exit of Horseshoe. Regensburg is not too far behind, so they will most likely be marshaled around the outside of the track.
Yeah, I would not
Aristotle
have,
does manage to get going.
still, I would not have expected a yellow flag situation this late out on track. Aristotle again slowing down. They're not pulling into the driver, so the overtaking lane. So Regensburg will be stuck behind them for just a moment. The last lap sign, though, ready for Regensburg.
And Aristotle now does seem to be going a little bit more quickly.
Yeah, hard to see in their lap time. They had a few stoppages, of course, so this lap was slower from them. But indeed, visibly, it looks just a bit quicker. But we'll find out in a second if they complete this lap without any stoppages.
Doesn't look like so. They come to a stop again in the Nordkurve section, just behind the timing screen to where we can't really see them all that well. Regensburg still going though. Fortunately, they do manage to get it going again. At this point, I'm starting to wonder if their issue is not one of thermal matters, but maybe they are running low on energy.
I just heard from one of the scrutineers that Thessaloniki is actually only driving on one of their 4 motors, so that does explain their current pace. As I was saying, that they seem to have come to a stop again, but then got it going again just before the hairpin and now in Pendulum.
Yeah, that does mean that they're definitely thermally limited. Things just too hot on the tractive side.
Yeah, Regensburg, meanwhile, goes through the last couple of corners and they cross the finish line, completing their endurance run, car number 62.
Big cheers from the team, rightfully so. They finished here as one of the last runners. Aristotle not looking like they're still running. They come to a stop again just at the Nordkurve to infield transition.
Yeah, and they have 7 laps left, so the end is not in sight for them yet.
Yeah, it seems with one motor they were struggling to even make it up the slight incline of the outfield to infield transition. They do manage to get going now. I'm wondering if the driver is still pushing that motor as hard as he can, or perhaps trying to nurse it just to make sure that it lasts that little bit longer. They are now coming to a halt once more, unfortunately.
Yeah, I wonder what kind of error or problem could it be that causes the car to stop, but not necessarily discharge, and then continue again.
Yeah, I do recall a very similar endurance from a car that I hold very dearly in my heart. 9 years ago, we were driving in FS East, and we had a very similar situation. The car was just overheating to the max. We were finishing on one motor as well, and yeah, this is exactly the same behavior now that we know that they are only on one motor. If things are so hot that the cooling system just can't keep up, the motor controller system will just continuously tell you, no, we can't push any more current, and at some point it's just gonna not be enough to keep the car moving. Maybe if they have it programmed right, they will be able to just drive 50 to 100 meters like they've been doing throughout this lap, and just inch it over, inch it forward, bit by bit, across the last 7 laps.
Yeah, in the manual endurance, there is no minimum lap time, I believe, like there is in the autonomous track drive. Maybe at a certain point, the officials might say that the case is looking a little bit too hopeless, but I'm sure the team will be fighting until the very end to try to get their car through the finish line.
Yeah, of course, the more motors you lose, the more strain it adds to the other ones. So that one motor is definitely suffering. It does look like it gets worse and worse. And I guess the only solution is just to drive slower. But again, they drive 20 meters indeed, come to a halt. It does look like it can still roll a bit, but it is going slower and slower.
Yeah, that was a downhill section that he was still rolling through, so now the undulations that we talked about here, causing the bumpiness, also presenting an uphill-downhill challenge for Aristotle.
So on the most recent lap, that was a 207.848. They have been getting continuously slower. The previous lap was 157, and before that, a relatively consistent 131, 132.
And again, coming to a halt. Listening to the noises the car makes, it does look like the driver pushes a little bit and then just keeps it rolling on the straight. So kind of a lift and coast strategy to keep the car alive.
Yeah, they now have 5 3/4 or so of a lap to go.
Did you know that Thessaloniki is the second largest city in Greece?
I believe I did.
It has slightly over 1 million inhabitants in its metropolitan area.
That I did not.
I do not see the car from Thessaloniki reappear, which makes me think that it's stuck there somewhere in front of a big grandstands. And
No,
I
it's
see
moving.
something moving.
It's moving.
Here.
And we're just getting a confirmation from the officials already that the afternoon session of the endurance will start at 1400 on the dot. So the teams that are participating in the afternoon session, make sure you are ready at the right place in the queue by that time.
Yeah, so Thessaloniki has 6 laps left, including this one. I'm just doing a little bit of math. Their previous lap time was at 287 seconds, so they still need to do 5 more laps of that.
Well, they do seem to be speeding up a little bit. I think maybe if they drive slow enough, the rest of the motors can cool down just enough to reactivate for at least a little bit of time. I think the last time they stopped was before the outfield area, so they are making more consistent progress now.
Igor, in 2013, National Geographic magazine included Thessaloniki in its top tourist destinations worldwide. And in 2014, the Financial Times magazine declared Thessaloniki as the best mid-sized European city for the future of human capital and lifestyle.
What do you think about that?
Does Wikipedia mention anything about their car making capabilities?
I'm checking the economic section right now, but it starts all the way in the Roman Empire, so it will take me a while.
Bad news, I think I see a black flag for the Thessaloniki driver now. I do feel like the officials and the marshals probably deemed it just a bit too slow for it to continue. At this pace, it would have been about 20 more minutes. So, yeah, not sure what the judges will decide, but it's a difficult situation.
Yeah, indeed. Christian is talking to the driver of Thessaloniki, and it really does look like they will pull this car off for driving too slow. They've been struggling for 10 plus laps out there, stopping, starting, being stationary. This would be a heartbreak for them, of course. They were pretty close into their second stint to make it, and had they been able to push this car much further, they might have even finished.
Heartbreak for them. I do see a lot of engineers from other teams that want to retrieve their car. So again, one reminder: this is your chance to how we say, obtain your car again, retrieve it again from the track. Otherwise, you'll have to wait until after the top 5.
Yeah, let's see. I don't think we have the full final confirmation from Christian just yet. I'm sure we are about to get it.
Yeah, and indeed, this is it. This has been the morning session. Well, I say that at 1:15. The morning session of the FSG Endurance. Thank you very much for sticking with us out in the grandstands and online. Like we mentioned, we will see you back here at 2 o'clock.